And then thank you, Mob Farmer for the 3-stream streak, and Shah for the 270 stream streak. I do appreciate that. But we're going to be doing some more RimWorld today. Our colony did die. For those who missed, I can no longer take the claim that I've never lost to a metal horror. Because it did. Wait, geological lets you build on impassable? Yes, I'll show you here in a minute. So we do have, let me go ahead and show the mod list. So we look at the mods. This is all DLC, so none of those are mods. That just supports, it doesn't do anything by itself. We've got music on here. This makes it so I can't control my research. This means I start with no research. UI, music. This one lets people dye clothes their own color. We probably won't get to use this much because we're not going to have much grow space. It gives you one mood bonus. That I don't care about. I use that so that everyone doesn't look the same clothing-wise. And then the big one we're doing here is geological landforms. Where if you look at a bunch of these, you're going to see all sorts of weird things like this narrow path. This mod used to be a huge mod before Odyssey. Odyssey did introduce a lot of those tiles into the base game, but not all of them. May I suggest you look at D music? It's also a banger. I'm unfamiliar with D music. I know P music. But yeah, no, we can check that out at some point. So I am going to start with the Naked Brutality beginning, and this is deliberate on this particular case, and the reason for it, if I bring, like, the 5 people in right at the beginning, it's most likely we will just starve to death. Do I want to try to do it? Well, I mean, they do give me some food. I haven't tested doing it with the basic Lost Tribe. This might be doomed from the start. And the reason for it is just the fact that we are going to have no grow space. Let's see here. Because I do like adding these other factions that have all the xenotypes present. Alright, and we don't need to change anything else there. We're going to generate our world. But yeah, geological landforms, what they do is on the impassable terrains, there are some that have nothing to them that you can't do anything with. But there are some that have, like, special things, like they have, like, a little crack in the mountain that you can live in the little crack in the mountain. And those kind of things. But one of them is if you look where a river ends in the mountain, it actually offers some pretty cool stuff. But it's one of those maps that has a lot of cool things that make it easier, but also a lot of cool things that make it way harder. Once you get established, it's a much easier map, but having the big bottleneck coming in can be kind of a double-edged sword, where on one hand you can funnel enemies reliably so you know where they're going to path, which is really strong. On the other hand, it means there's no real kiting strats or anything you can do, because there's nowhere to kite them to. So yeah, so we look at this. What you want to do is we want to find a not particularly hot area, and we're looking for rivers that end in unpassable terrain, just like that. That is a really cold tile. Okay, hang on. With having the limited grow season, or the limited grow space as is, having a grow season that lasts for, like, no time at all, that's probably not doable. I mean, not unless we're basically sacrificing the initial cost. Yeah, so you see, like, we've got the paths in the mountains that we got here. So these are all special tiles that you can get in here. Now, the dream would be... Well, I don't think we can have the lava... If we could have a lava field, I mean... I doubt we'll have a river meet a lava field to set that up. I'm looking for where a river ends in the mountains that isn't just buried in pollution and isn't a super hot tile. Because we are doing no starting research, random research, which means hot tile is just RNG whether or not you live at all. Because if you don't get the passive cooler to roll on the RNG, because that has to be where the river ends for the tile I'm looking at. The path through can be fun too, but we're looking for full dwarf experience on this one. Tropical rainforest, we gotta go farther down. Nope, you technically end on that one. Okay. Decreased animal life. It's a tree grove. It is a tropical rainforest, so it is hot. If I can dig into the wall real fast, that might be okay. Are you not allowed to leave your starting tile? Well, the intention is we would go on our starting tile. Like, I could leave if there was a heat wave and I need to walk away. But that's the reason why the hot tiles are a problem. With the other tiles, I can walk away. Yeah, temperate forest. This'll all be great. This should be completely manageable. Yeah, so it's like one of those things with the heat wave, I could walk off the tile, but if I'm on a hot tile, like tropical rainforest, even just the normal summer will cause heat stroke. So if I walk off the tile, I just still die a heat stroke. Okay, so we got ourselves a place, temperate forest. Technically that river source goes there, you can see it from here. Nothing really special going on this tile. We got slate, limestone, and marble, which is, you know, granted it's the nicer one, but hey, I don't really care actually that much. River ends, so coastal tiles? Or do you mean river source? River source. You get what I'm saying. I understand you'd be like, well, that's a river end. This is an end of the river. It's acceptable terminology. We might get pollution from there. Oh, no, we didn't get the warning. That's good. So we're going to do this, this. We chose guilty, because we're going guilty dwarves. So pain is idealized. Now, I'm going to go ahead and remove the clothing requirements on these. But otherwise, we'll leave all this alone. What are you going to give me? Psycast energy, that's fine. That's not something I care about that much. Okay, so we're just going to basically use the randomly generated, not go into a bunch of our settings. So basically, we are looking at guilty. This does mean we have the potential of explosive growth, which is a problem, because the rule we're going to have is that I'm going to attempt to bring everyone on. Like, we're going to always try to do the charity. So we've got a melee pawn who can do crafting and mining. Fast walker, but jealous. Let's move you down to the bottom. You're not a complete deal breaker, but you're leaning that way. A body modder who can't do dumb labor, but can research. I can live with that. A tough, nimble nudist who can do plants, construction, and melee, and has an addiction. You're very likely to get kicked. A tortured artist who is neurotic and a pyromancer. And they can basically only do art. So these three here are not looking encouraging. Fast learner, slothful. A fast learner who's trigger happy and slothful is pretty awful. Optimistic and beautiful. I actually consider beautiful and pretty to be very big negative traits. Because everyone hits on them, which ultimately cause your whole colony to start melting down. They do have a lot of medical, though. And then we have someone who is kind. Nothing else going on. Alright, so... you... where's the one who had the addiction? Yeah, you're out. The lore keeper's in. Because we're gonna try and keep... I'm gonna try to not re-roll everyone. So you two have addictions. Those will be really rough at the beginning. So smoke leaf addiction we could definitely look past. So, this character does have a lot of social. We're unfortunately getting almost nothing but melee. I'm lying, that's actually a pretty good distribution. We've got melee, either, shooter, neutral, melee. I could potentially try and ride out the smoke leaf addiction. Optimist is pretty good. Psychically deaf is neither here nor there. Beautiful I consider a negative. Oh, there's 66. Yeah, that's fair. I didn't even look at our ages. Yeah, so 50's a little up there, but the others are all manageable. So we unintentionally pushed off all of the older people, because in RimWorld terms, these people are already dead. They're dried husks of age, and they're just basically waiting to die. Because RimWorld is like, you're over the age of 50, go ahead and get in your coffin. It'll be any time now. Alright, so we got a reasonable setup. We got a neurotic pawn here. I actually like very neurotic industrious a lot. It's one of my favorite combos. Neurotic by itself is a little bit of a mixed bag, but it means they'll work faster. It's on a crafter. That's a good setup. Body modder is probably going to happen. They're going to be our researcher, because that's all they can do. We've got the tortured artist who's neurotic and a pyromancer. Most likely this person's going to be our dedicated hauling/cleaning person. We've got a fast walker who is jealous. This would be our cleaning person, except they're going to be digging. And then we've got a construction person who can also craft and also research. So our weaknesses are we don't have a cook and we don't have planting. We do have people who have okay cooking and terrible planting. So that is going to make where I was warning that the food is going to be a problem at the beginning even worse. But you can't have everything. So we're going to go ahead and see what we got. There is a chance we end up having people die because of starvation in the early game, just because if this is map, this is what I think. This is okay. This one's actually not terrible. This one could certainly be worse, but if you look at this, and you look at this, we actually have some high fertility. You almost never see that in this map. But yeah, you'll notice there's almost no grow space, and what's here, a lot of it's terrible. And if we look at the animals, there's not that many. That's the danger we're going to run into. So let's go in here, orders, allow. Now I have to decide where I'm going to actually have our people start making their thing. Are insects still on? Yeah, we didn't disable anything. I find insects to be a pretty benign thing. They're very easy to handle. As long as you make choke points. So you're going to be ranged. You're going to be ranged. You're going to be ranged. And you two are my melee. Okay, so. Let's go ahead and find our weapons. So there's the Equa. You go ahead and take the Jade Knife. Your bow 1. Your bow 2. And a Pila. Alright. So, we have a little bit of pemmican and a bunch of wood. I was gonna say, I'm actually leaning towards the monolith. I believe the monolith gets one tile wider on its phase 2, if I remember correctly. So I think what we do is we dig right along here, and we tuck ourselves right behind the monolith. I think that seems like an interesting one. So plan for like this. You don't go just a couple tiles back because I don't remember how big you get. And that'll be the initial room. We have our schedule. Oh, also, where's the psychic tree? It may or may not be on the map. Nope, psychic tree's dead to me. There's zero chance I am standing over there right by the edge of the map trying to psychic stuff. Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and that'll be where we do that. We're gonna go ahead and get our work schedule set up. Gonna take all stuff that people have passions for first, and remove the things that they don't have passions for. Okay, so let's actually go in here. So you're a doctor. Honestly, with these numbers, you two are also going to pretend to be doctors. Yeah, you can. And we might even do it. The question is where it'll ultimately go. So we don't have anyone who has a passion in social. A classic mistake I make in a lot of my runs. So you're cooking for... You're going to do cooking, construction... Yeah, cooking, construction, crafting. You're going to be our researcher, who your entire existence will be research. We'll give you a low priority to do mining. Actually, for right now, you can help grow things. Yeah, so construction, you'll be our mining person. And you'll be our artist. Yeah, so you'll be our artist. You'll be able to clean and haul. And if you find space, just do whatever. So we have, you're going to be a grower right now, and a researcher. You're a crafter, so you're going to be our mining person. Honestly, anyone who can grow, we're going to have some real food problems. Okay, so first thing we want to do is I'm just going to go all of this. And you're going to start rice. I don't have much expectations of actually getting this rice, but we'll see what we can do here. Because food is going to be real problem at the beginning. Let's go ahead and we can unpause. Everyone's grabbing their weapons. We will want to hunt stuff. What are our animals? Oh, we got a warg. Sadly, there's no way I'm keeping them all. Starvation, you're getting your stuff. So let's go ahead and start getting our names in. So we've got our melee pawn here. And our main melee pawn is going to be Luxray. You are going to be crafting. We'll worry about monolith stuff later. Then we've got our construction pawn. So our construction pawn is going to be Donkey Duff. Yeah, the river can flood. That'll actually happen to us. We've got our mining person. That'll be, as I'm trying to type without having this up. Celine for the win. We've got our artist, who is going to be our holiday cleaning person. That's going to be Apple Lords. And finally, our researcher. And our researcher is going to be Shah. Okay, so it's going to take a minute. Everyone's going to just do what they can to help. It's going to be a mess. But pretty soon, we're going to go in here and let's see. Production, butcher spot, crafting spot. Butcher creature, do forever. Crafting, smash mech, do forever. And honestly, I'll just leave it like that for right now. But yeah, so the warg is ultimately not going to be able to be kept. I'm not going to have a source of meat, and they can't eat plants. So, while I would normally be a little bit excited to get a warg, on this map, it's kind of a non-starter. There's our front door. Can it eat the skeleton? No. It has, like, skeletons and desiccated stuff are considered no good. Speaking of which, dumping stockpile. Yeah, over here. Storage, clear, low priority. Corpses, human-like. We'll actually cut that in half. Clear, low priority. Corpses, animal, if they're not fresh. And you are not part of the home zone anymore. You're not part of the home zone. You can mine, but will envy all other jobs. We don't actually have a jealous pawn in this one, but usually we do. Now, one interesting thing is a lot of times when you get this map style, it's really easy to make a choke point where it's just like 1 or 2 tiles, you know, there. This one we don't have that, so we're going to actually have to like build a wall across this to make a defensive line at some point. That's not going to be an immediate priority. Right now, we need to get food in the ground now. We also need to get our food the heck indoors so all the animals don't eat what little we brought with us as quickly as possible. And for our stone, clear, low, chunks. There you go. You think you were jealous? Yep, you are the jealous pawn. Okay, so we're getting all that brought in as fast as we can. Furniture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, schedule. Yeah, we've already got the recreation. There's nothing for them to do recreationally right now, but we do have it. So put that there. And this here. Can I have you all start hauling all that food in here, please? Because again, the danger is that they're all just going to run up and grab my food and eat it. Make it so I have even less time to try and deal with all that. Alright. Sorry about that. Yeah, so step one is just to get a room over here. And meanwhile, we got people who are just working their best to cut down trees to get some rice down. What we might even need to do... temporarily, everyone get on growing. Because I need to get the rice in the ground. Well, actually, I wonder if we'll have flooding, because normally it's seasonal flooding. But if your season is permanently summer, I wonder if that does count as a season switch for it to happen, because most of the maps I've been on, it's spring is the seasonal flooding. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. I'm dealing with the annoying thing where they're going to cut down every single tree before they try and plant anything. Oh no, actually I take that back. A lot of times they'll do that, where for whatever reason they'll prioritize, even if you don't have cut as higher, they'll prioritize, you know, cutting down all the trees and then trying to plant stuff, which gets to be really rough in like tropical rainforest and swamp, because the trees end up growing back fast enough in large areas that they just kind of do a rotation if you don't have high growing. This is really not the time for a party, I'm going to be honest. We really need to get this food in the ground as fast as we can, and we definitely want to get off rice pretty early. It's just I'm expecting to immediately hit massive hunger problems, considering we're already almost out of food. So I'm just trying to get the rice in the ground as fast as we can. And then we'll start switching from rice to something less laborious, you know, as we start to get some type of footing. But the plan here is to get everything planted first, and then we'll get back to digging the area out. We're probably going to have our hauler cleaning person become like a dedicated hunter as well. So we're going to get the rice planted. Now we're out of food. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's go to work. I don't care who does it. Animals, unfortunately, Warg, you eat nothing but meat. And I need you to die first so I don't hunt stuff, and then immediately you go and claim all of it for yourself. Okay, actually it looks like all of them are gonna have to go. Because we killed that thing, and the food did not last very long at all. Alright, so we got rid of the animals that we own. And we're just gonna eat what we can out of that. Okay. You can do me a favor and... Oh, you'll never do hauling? That's fine, whatever. And everyone's still focused on getting the rice down. The good news, these are all herbivores except the rat. We might lose a little bit of that food to rotting, but at least they won't eat our stuff. And then the moment we get the rice planted, we're going to switch people off. Okay, let's start banking some people off on that. So you're the mining person, get back to mining. You're the construction person. Oh, actually, you can be the mining person. Yeah, and you'll do this because you do art. Okay. We'll probably have some people with some pretty bad moods because we did kill some bonded animals. Alright, so... expand that. So we're going to go production. I need you to drag that stone out so you can put up a stove and a butcher area. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We'll need to get a little bit of steel. I have that spot there, but I don't really want to puncture some random hole in the wall. Steel over there. So for the stove, I probably just need like 3 tiles of this steel. That should be enough for a stove and a research bench. The stove. Butcher table. Meanwhile... start setting 2 rooms off the sides there. Because we definitely don't want them all bunking in the production room. That's also the storage room. That's also everything else. Oop. You notice I deliberately didn't connect that. So go 9... Cool. Alright, and we'll need to go in here so we don't get roof collapse. And that'll end up being our giant storage room. But first we need to get those rooms done. We won't fuss with the other stuff till we get there. Once we start getting this open, we'll start moving our rec room stuff in there and all that kind of things. So 2 days, 1.5 days, 2 days, roughly, that's fine. Oh, cancel that till we get the steel. And we immediately got food poisoning, so we're doing good. Bills, add butcher creature, do forever. You can mine 2 tiles farther over there. Well, actually 3 tiles over there. Because that'll give me room for 2 more crafting benches on that side. Okay, and that'll get us the steel we need for the stove, as well as very likely enough steel for a research bench. And Shaw is slowly going around and hunting things. That's good. Because I kind of want just Shaw doing that right, because you'd otherwise research and grow. So you running around and just slowly hunting things there should be good, because we want to have at least a little bit coming in. But I also don't want my people just, like, eradicate all the life on the map, and then suddenly it all rots before I can get to actually eating it. Alright, we probably need dumping stockpile here. Normal, do not allow rotten. Do not allow human-like. And do not allow chunks. So that way they bring all the animals we deal with over there. Okay, you can start mining that now. Okay, who is our construction person? I got a mad hare. So understandably, everyone is getting pretty upset. They're eating raw food, they're having a rough time. We just need to hold out till our rice starts coming up. And after our first round of rice... Don't get injured. Let's say you got like a whole army here. And yet you still take an injury. Assign here. Change defaults to herbal. Herbal, do that. Herbal, do that. Food policy lavish. Do not eat corpses. Oh, and do not eat baby food. Manage apparel, anything. Do not wear tainted. Okay, so Donkey Duff was cooking and construction. That's unfortunate. But it's just a rabbit bite, so it should only take a minute to recover. You already have food poisoning anyways. Honestly, Shaw might need to calm down on that hunting. Shaw's getting through a lot more animals way faster than I was expecting. Well, I guess it's gonna be a thing that they'll keep working on until, you know, you have hauling and cleaning, so we shouldn't have to worry about you. Yes, it's just Shaw hunting. Yes, you're already almost fully healed. Go production, research bench, art. There's a chunk of stone in the way. So good news is the rice is already reaching the halfway grown point. Okay. This will also give me materials for making clothes later, too. I think realistically we're not going to keep these two up here. I'm going to disallow sewing. Right, well... keep them sewing. For right now, we'll definitely want to change those later, though. Okay. Donkey Duff, I need you to build that stove and start actually cooking, man. Because that's exactly what's going to happen. Okay, build, add, cook meal, do forever if it doesn't have vegetables in it. Build, meal, cook until you have 20, regardless of what's in it. So basically, anytime we have meat, just cook it, because it only lasts for like 3 or so days, versus if we go and cook it, it'll last for 4 days. What do we get for research? Oh, I need to tick the box. Stone cutting. That's honestly, considering how much chunks of rock we're going to have everywhere, I'm not unhappy with that. Okay, so we need to come up with a colony name and a faction name. We are a guilty, like, dwarf kind of colony, and then this is our, you know, little dwarf kingdom down like on a hot spring on a mountain or whatever. Just what have we done? Greystone? I can get behind Greystone. Grimrock? These are solid names. Moria? Probably not Moria. I tend not to use, like, just things from other shows or series or whatever. Tiny Feels? Oh, I guess Grimrock, you're the leader, it seems? Yeah, Grimrock would probably be the place. The location. Alright, but now, like, the faction. Stony Fields. I'm liking Grimrock. The Grey Dwarves? Sure. You know what? I can get behind that. Grimrock and the Grey Dwarves. Because otherwise, we'll spend the next half hour trying to decide. Oh, that's actually a problem. Because we've got a bear here. Don't hunt the donkey. We've overhunted. Okay. Just keep cooking. This stuff's all gonna rot. Just keep cooking. The corpse has got some time on them still, but the harvested meat doesn't. Yeah, no, it's, I was kind of amused about, like, you know, the whole gray A versus E, which is just, like, you know, different spellings for different locations and all that. Alright, so we got all we could now, so we should be good. I just wanted to make sure we got that meat processed into meals, because those meals will stay good for about 4 days. With 5 people eating a meal, you know, 1 or 2 meals a day at least, that's enough that they'll get through that before it rots. And then we're going to get all these up. Yeah, we're doing pretty good so far as our rice is coming in. The big problem we're going to run into here is the thing I'm worried about is we got this grizzly bear over here. That's going to be a problem. And we're rapidly digging all this out. Who is our construction person? Oh, right, our construction person and our cook are the same person. That's right. That's going to suck. We'll get there. Right now at the beginning, when we're having to process meat constantly, that's going to be rough. Once we get to vegetables where they could just, or like produce where it could just sit in there for like a good 30 days before it goes bad, we'll be able to back off on the cooking a lot. Hey, leave my crops alone. Okay, first raid is coming in. Dude with knife. And if we're lucky, that bear will attack him. It's fine. Hey! Leave my rice alone. You suck, you know that? Okay, a tough jogger. I would oh, it's a waster. I wouldn't be able to keep you alive anyways. Your clothing is terrible, so you can just keep it on your corpse. Turns out people coming to kill you are kind of jerks. Yes. I need one of you to run over there and put out the rice, please. Any one of you. Don't make me deal with the man. There you go. You figured it out. Alright. So we've got our first attempt on doing the crops, as we are immediately botching all of it. Okay. I will claim the donkey. Did you get hurt bad? Ooh, this is a little risky. We're gonna go after the bear right now while it's injured. Because once it kills the other stuff, we're gonna be competing for food. And that could end up being a real problem. Our movement speed penalty. Get him. 2 more hits. More movement speed penalties. Run. Okay. We're gonna move over here where the bear has to cross that. Did the other one die? Yeah, the other one died to a metal horror, like the Grey Flesh. Which it's like one of those things that I've done the Grey Flesh event probably like 100 times. I don't know how many it actually was, but a ton of times. And usually it never gets past 2. And that's usually when a couple's involved. But this one I misplayed it, and it would have probably been fine by itself. But we had just gotten really torn up by some like the pit gate. Which part of the reason we didn't do well in the pit gate was because everyone was under anesthetic trying to figure out who had it. But then things kicked off, you know, right after that. And so it was already half dead when it started. Okay, so we're about to finish with the immediate wave of meat. Plus we got a grizzly bear we're going to add to the menu as well. Okay, so queue all that up for hauling. Orders. Tell him to smooth one of these rooms. Bulk goods trader. Who is our highest social? Celine. And highest social is very relative. We are not a social bunch. Okay. So what we can do here is you can take the little bit of leather there. You are willing to give me a passive cooler book. That's not a bad one. That gives me another type of recreation, and we can knock out the passive cooler research, which could be useful. I'm going to go ahead and chuck the 10 pieces of yak beef there, because I'm unlikely to be able to use that. I don't really want to get rid of that, because we can make the sleeping bags. So we can make that work. Alright, so what's going to happen here is furniture. So 1, 2... Wait, was it light leather or plain leather we had a bunch of? Plain leather. Okay, cool. Okay, that'll be a bed for everyone, so we can move from sleeping in those to actually think. This is a neat looking map. Yeah, this is geological landforms. This is the water source on impassable mountains. If you look at this, this is normally impassable. But like you can get with the geological landforms, you have like this one, which is a scar in the middle of the mountain. This is like a path that goes through the mountains. There's a bunch of cool tiles. And this one's actually a pretty hard one because there's like no grow space. Once you get off the ground, it's not too bad. Okay, so you did get the rice up here, so you're going to switch those over for potatoes. Because that's what we're going to want to do, is start moving the rice to something that isn't as laborious, but gives us really good, you know, gives us really good nutrition. Try to get that yak process before it goes. Boom. Last second yak. So we get to dig out the river from the mountain. Yeah, now the river will flood at some point and ruin all of the crops we have here. That's part of the reason I'm kind of in this rush. I don't know when it's going to happen. Okay, so you've given me a hat. Oh, storage is completely full. I can honestly live with that. Alright, let's go ahead and open you up to digging back in here to get our storage room. Yep, but they're all planting. Yeah, still a bunch of them cranked up. Lots of fishing? No, it does have fishing, but the way fishing works in this game, it goes by like the volume of area, and it considers the river a fairly small volume. So I've got some bass in here, but not a lot. Let's go ahead and I'm going to switch you over to potatoes. Okay, and the research bench is coming up. Okay. So I'll need to go in here and get a light source. We can put that there. They'll start moving all that stuff where it needs to go. So production, we're good on the production. Well, we put there furniture. Put stools so they get comfort recovery as they work. And our food's getting low again, that's fine. The fleeing knight. Right, so we are a guilty ideology, so I have to say yes to this, or our people get mad. So, because Celine here has our highest social and is jealous, we are going to give them all the nice things. So let that be a lesson to you all. All you have to do to get everything you always want is to be really whiny about it. Sounds accurate. Yep. Squeaky wheel gets a WD-40. Yep. So he's like, finally. I know people like that. I mean, there's a painful amount of truth to that whole thing. Alright, so we're going to make you into potatoes as well. I'm choosing these ones over here as well, because as they get to the point where they're starting to harvest them, I want them to replace them with potatoes. Okay, the shuttle has arrived. Get out of here. And they say games don't imitate real life. Alright. We're not going to worry about the ceremony yet. We're going to want to get a room that's high enough quality so that the ceremony goes off without a hitch. So, there's that. Celine gets the first bed. Alright. And we've got our barracks started. Obviously, it's terrible right now, but we'll get there. Okay, we'll start getting our break room so they can eat with table and all that. The big thing we're going to run into is this one's actually proving to be a lot better. The tested one I did off stream, my grow situation was way worse. And so I was genuinely concerned when we started this that we were just going to basically land on the tile. I was going to hunt a bunch of the animals right at the beginning, and then starvation would set in once there wasn't enough animals for me to keep things going. But it's going alright so far. The early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. Alright. Okay. So Shaw is being taken off of helping with the plants. We can lock this door, and this door open inside. There's no reason for those doors to be closed. We'll put a door there. And lock that thing open. Smooth that tile. Similar to you only have to run faster than the slowest person? Yup. Okay, those are mostly coming in, so we'll switch you over to potatoes. Actually, how's the soil there? That specific spot. This one I should probably do corn, because it's got mostly good soil. We'll have to wait for that, though. Okay. I'm going to set you to be heal root. Can't do heal root. I'm going to set you to be... It's fine. Potatoes it is. Honestly, at this stage, just choose them all. You're all potatoes. Because the potatoes will give us a lot more nutrients at a lot lower labor, which is kind of our big limiter right now. The rice is actually pretty terrible from a perspective of effort by your pawns versus nutrients you get out of it. The best one ends up being corn if you can keep it alive and all that. But for early game, you just need to be able to turn that rice out real fast so you have something to eat. And actually, I could probably go in here. So let's set both of these rooms to be smoothed out, and that's going to take time. Okay. Is there people we can take off of growing for now? So you're probably gonna stay. Luxury's probably gonna stay our grower for the time being. Let's take you down in the priority for growing. So Luxury's gonna kind of be our dedicated growing / plant cut person for the moment till we get someone who can actually do it. We can probably... Yeah, it's fine. Rest is all fine. And so they're doing their, like... Apple Lords is doing their best to haul stuff around. Honestly, having food both inside the place and outside, probably leave that door open just to give Apple Lords faster pathing. Whole chunk pile would make a nicely for a barricade. I mean, yeah, eventually. Like, what we probably want to do is someplace like here, probably wall this off. Like, make it so the river itself is the path they follow to force the enemies to walk along the water line where they get slowed down. Or ultimately we get them to come into the base here, where we become less dependent on this down the road when we get some tech. Yeah, I think my plan for kicking off the anomaly stuff is, once we get some of the bedrooms... Oh, wait, we need to give you your title. So, ideology, drop you there. So let's go to social, assign, moral guide. Okay, so we're going to have our moral guide be our jealous person. Where they'll be like, do not covet what others have, except for me. That's my job. Don't take my job. Every cult leader ever? Pretty much. Oh, that's waiting on more steel for... Well, I mean, I don't have any priority on the art bench, so it can just sit there waiting for steel. Okay, so first up was stone cutting. That's actually not a bad first technology to get. Because by getting stone cutting out the gate, it means all these chunks I'm finding everywhere, we can process those into bricks. So that'll let me, you know, build walls, all that kind of stuff. I'll probably end up wasting a lot of it by just slapping it down on the floor as tile in the long run when I'm trying to figure out what the heck to do with all the brick I'm collecting. Smooth you, and smooth you. You keep the roof from coming down on whoever's in there. Luxury Card's like, I hate growing things. Make art and sell. That's on it. You know what? That's actually a very fair point. I often don't think about that, because these days I usually get enough jade from the impids attacking me again and again. I just make all my art out of jade. But yeah, no, I could just start churning out 0 research. Yep. So we start with no research, hence we are tribal without without tree sowing or pemmican. We do have it going. So they went immediately from they went stone cutting to Psycho Brewing, and I have a little bit of passive cooler because we did trade for a book. So we got a passive cooler book here that'll do that. It kind of cleaned us out. Transport pod crash. Now, again, because we are guilty ideology, we will help everyone. Even if it is greatly to our detriment. Who's our doctors here yet? Okay, you go rescue Wash. If Wash joined us, as much as I don't like depressive because it's a permanent -12, I can live with that because they are incredibly good with plants. Honestly, they can do anything we need other than doctoring. So genuinely, if Wash joined us while depressive would be a little obnoxious to deal with, I would not be upset. And Wash won't live long? Oh, how old are we? Yep. Well, we're going to be doing anomaly stuff, so hopefully we can get ourselves some things going. Alright. This is our second raid. A dirt mole who can do mining. I would not complain if you decided you wanted to live here. Now, dirt moles have a bonus to their melee, but they do have a penalty to their movement speed. That's pretty significant. There's a pretty good chance we probably just want to kite this one. People's combat abilities are pretty garbage right now. Literally, just hit him. Okay, good job. And you hit them. You got a massive slowdown on them, so we're not going to be able to really dodge this one really easy. Let's run down here. And force them to cross the water. Back off. I may have waited too long. Oh, you barely avoided getting caught. Yeah, so we should be fine here. Yeah, so just doing a rolling retreat here. There you go. Do I want you here? Great memory, no dumb labor, caring. You are with one of the factions that will forever hate us. I don't have a room I can make... Well, okay. We can practice doctoring. I'm gonna patch him up and kick him out. And it's mostly because I don't want to give up my break room for very long. Okay. Because great memory is good. Solid melee pawn. No major things to deal with. Actually, very high social. This isn't terrible. The danger we have is if they show up and we just start exploding our numbers. Well, it's still a terrible break room, so we might be able to just keep them here for now. And when we start getting our bedrooms and all that set up, we can throw them in a bedroom as a prison. And maybe we'll just recruit aggressively. Because again, that's not a bad pawn. All things considered. Wash is a little bit more of a mixed bag. Now, if Wash decides to leave on their own, that's fine. We are a guilty ideology, so we are going to try and do the best we can to help people out. Oh, meanwhile... we'll practice converting on Wash. It hasn't said that she's leaving or she's staying yet. Because we'll get the prompt being like, such and such has decided to leave, or they'll just suddenly become one of your colonists. Get a little bit more steel. Okay. Yeah, because we don't really need a second person to mine. Yeah, we can't get standings or whatever. Yeah, you'll be fine. I can do stuff with that. They've got really high animals, so there's always the possibility we could eventually get animals and keep them in our mushroom farm as a source of leather or whatever. Or actually, we could get, like, alpaca. We could keep, you know, our wonderful cave alpaca to eat our mushrooms. And then use them for their alpaca wool. And that could be pretty good. Okay. While they're working on that, let's plan out the next expansion. There you go, order. So this is about the middle of the room here. So there's that. Nice, really big bedrooms. Gonna plan to have hallways here. And then it'll be over here we start to have our, like, scary things that go bump in the night. Because I believe 3x3 for the platform? We can do it this way, and that'll work better spacing-wise. Yeah, because that'll also give me the space for the double doors later when we want to have even better containment. Okay, none of that's a priority. You notice I've left those detached. So you can start on the bedroom area. Which is just going to take time. Alright. And then meanwhile in the other direction, we're not going to connect this up yet. I'm going to need areas for our mushroom farms. So we could do here. You start with an 11x11. And then remove the corners to make it look more interesting. Okay, Psychoid Brewing and Smithing is next. Yeah, let's not get too close to the mountain edge to avoid tempting things to just smash through my walls. Now, we don't like mushrooms yet, but as a guilty ideology, one big bonus of guilty ideology is they do have a tendency to very rapidly go through their faces or whatever. You know what? I'm just going to plan for needing a bunch of these. Because of the guilty ideology, we are going to have people forced on us. Because, again, we are requiring that I at least do my best attempt to try and do all the charities. So I can't just say no, I have to try. Now, we're in a doomed situation where I can't make it work. I'm still going to try, knowing that it's not going to work out. But I still have to make the effort. I can't just be like, nope. Okay, so you're getting all that done. That's all fine. Okay, so food is getting dicey. This custom gene pack or baseliners? Baseliners. It is time to once again unleash. Who was the one who was hunting the last time? Oh, it was Shah. Yeah, well, you can actually research now, so you're not going to be unleashed upon the enemies. Who can we put to hunt for a while to supplement our food? Probably you. Make it 3. Yeah, so you're getting pretty close to that. Yeah, oh, we did get these going. So stones, Bill. Cut stones forever. So who is our crafting person who we're never going to see again? None of them, because I already have people, are they? Alright, we got another raid attacking immediately. A recluse. It was high medical. This one I'm not going to keep. Like, the high medical is nice, but we are very rapidly picking up people, and recluse is ultimately going to hate it here after a while. They are one of the factions that are permanently hostile, so we don't have any reason to care about or worry about trying to help them. Or rather, I will potentially catch them, but if we catch them, we're just going to immediately release them. Which we can make that a policy of, if they survive, I do my best bet to, you know, catch and free them. Do we actually need this person? They're mining and melee. They really aren't important. I'm gonna actually release this one. Okay. So with that, you've already got massive penalties to your movement speed, so same as last time, we're going to change directions down here. I want to force them to cross the water to get to me, so I get more shooting time on them. Alright, well they did not survive, so there's no anything to deal with. Yeah, so I think I'm going to get rid of this person because we're going to be struggling on food very soon. And while it would be nice to have a dirt mole to mine much faster, and Great Memory is pretty solid, in this particular case, send them on their way. Now, because of that, we should get a prisoner released bonus for 6 days, so a tiny little boost to our overall morale. Okay. Okay, so they are getting some hunting done. Let's do our best to supplement our food till the potatoes come in. And we're definitely going to want to get our ideology flipped as early as we can so we can start getting mushrooms. Wanted to see him come back at a big raid party? It can happen. I didn't pay that close attention to their name, though, so Disease flu. That is an annoyingly early flu. So if you could all, like, go to bed, that'd be swell. Alright, so who are doctors? Do your best. Come on, good tend. 46 I can take. 46 is fine. 24 not as great. Because I think I've only got one medicine that's better than herbal. Because we did just start. Then Donkey Duff was the other one, who is our cook. Because of course. Let's see. So you're gonna be ad-libbing as a cook for a minute, Shaw. Okay. So you have a very slight lead. You have a more significant lead. Why do you not have as good of a lead? Let's go ahead and lock that in. We're going to use our one decent medicine. Come on, Big Tend. Give me 80. That's 35. That'll probably still hold ahead, but that's not good. And then the other 10 was pretty bad. So you're going to preach health to try and help Donkey Duff get through this. Okay, so you are ahead just shy of 1%, which is not amazing. Okay, Wash is getting out of here. Donkey Duff, buddy. Not gonna tell you how to live your life, but I'd recommend if you want to keep having one of those lives, you probably should be resting. You don't do that. Maybe I should have let you, because you did a 6.8 10, which might have just screwed you. Why are you being so bad at that? You've got 100%. You do have medical. I mean, I guess Donkey Duff does have one more medical point than you. There's not much I can do here. We're using all of our best medicine. We just don't have hardly any, because we barely started. We haven't had a chance to get any medical skill trained or any real progress there. Alright, we can pull that inside so it doesn't get destroyed every time. So there's a chance that Celine dies here. She does have a little bit of a lead, but she's going to lose ground because that tend was real bad. I don't think she's doomed yet, but we are looking that like the next 10 needs to be pretty good. Meanwhile, Donkey Duff looks like they're pretty locked in. Obviously, if we get like a 0% tend or something like that, that could really go. But because we preach health and all that, the reason we preached health them and not Celine is Celine is the one who can preach health, and she can't preach health herself. This is something that makes Celine immensely jealous, by the way. Alright, big 10, big 10, big 10. What? Celine, you're killing me. Go to bed. Don't relax socially. Go to bed. Here. I'm turning your bed into a medical bed so I can force you to get into it. You are actively in danger of dying to the flu. Is any of the other beds higher quality than the others? She's already on the best one. Has another bad tend. So we've got her in the best bed we've got available. She's still holding up just a little over 1% ahead, so she might manage to keep this together. We need the next 10 to not be absolute garbage, is what we need. Donkey Duff is solidly in the clear. I just need 110 that's like, even like 20% would be perfectly fine to keep that kind of safe. Because it does look like she's losing ground, but very, very, very slowly. You are deathly ill, and you have to rest. Even I hope to surrender. But I'm bored. I mean, you say that. I've definitely had people I've known go to the hospital. That's like, hey man, you are super sick. You really need to be in bed. And they're like, but all I can do is lay here. It's like, yes. This is a matter of living. Not of comfort. Do not get out of bed. Good job. 39. That probably just saved your life. Because you should start gaining ground again on that. It was just the back-to-back, like, 5% tens. It's like, don't do this. Yeah, right about to... Yeah, Luxray is starting to pull up all the potatoes, so we don't need to have Apple do a bunch of hunting now. They'll finish the hunting they're working on. Seasonal flooding. Well, crap. Say what you can, Luxray. Just checking one thing real fast, because I'm hearing noise downstairs. Could just be heat and AC making the house make noises. Could also be Tomb Home. And it's Tomb Home. Alright, so bear with me, chat. My wife just got home, so I'm going to run downstairs, welcome her home, and all that good stuff. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes to see the dwarf colony continue to go, and hopefully Celine not die of flu. But I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. My wife just gets home around this time, so I run downstairs to, like, welcome her home, quickly throw some food in so I have some food. That kind of thing. Alright, so we're working on getting effectively a break room and a barracks ready. And these will be bedrooms over here. These will be for storing things that go bump in the night. Which then we got room to expand all that out more. And we're still dealing with Celine having... Good, another solid 10. Having flu. And then Donkey Duff was the other one. And Donkey Duff's already got immune. I'm not really sure why Celine is going so much slower on her immunity. Because she doesn't have any negatives. And Donkey Duff doesn't have any positives. They're both baseliners. And neither of them have any injuries or anything that would influence it. So, not really sure. So Luxray grabbed what they could so far as the plants before the floods wiped it out. The other thing we need to do is hunt what animals we can, because once the grass, all the greens are gone, the animals will stop being here as well. Meanwhile, we took someone... Yeah, you're set up to help hunting. Okay, so let's go here, and we had someone we put on helping with cooking, so Shaw is no longer going to help cooking. You would force Rainy Thunderstorm on us. But you give me some Glitter World, so I'm going to take it. Pods have arrived. All the Glitter World in. Okay, so Luxray has... So it's a medical emergency on you. You should be in the clear, right? Yes. As long as you don't, like, starve to death or anything. And you're working on cooking. We need Luxray to cut down these trees so we get a little bit more wood in here. Oh wait, you are melee, so you're not going to hunt. They're trying to get what we can food-wise, because like I said, with this going, we're not going to get another round of food for a little while. So we take all of these, I'm going to switch them over to rice. We're going to allow sowing. Not loving that. That doesn't matter to me one way or the other. Okay, so a really bad tend, but you do have enough of a lead, you should be fine. You've got almost a 5% lead. Okay. Please don't shoot past the Mega Sloth. Yeah, so you got a 4%, well, yeah, about a 4% lead, and you only got about 3% until it's done, so you're safe. And now we're going to start running into problems with wood. And the way we're probably going to solve the wood problem is we'll likely put up dryad trees. So what I might do is back here, put like one dryad tree wherever I can fit it over here for wood, and then, you know, wherever I can tuck another one maybe up here, I'll probably do medicine. because that'll save me a bunch of grow space. And then we can keep the rest of this all food. But what we want to do is get our reformation on our ideology as pretty much as early as we can. Because the sooner we do that, we can take Tunneler, and with Tunneler I can start making the mushroom biomes. It's going to take a long time to smooth out the floor. I'm going to go ahead and open up to start getting in here to where these, Alright, so we can begin the Unworthy Jubilee. We're going to go ahead and do that. Because I don't see a reason not to. We'll probably have a negative result because we didn't meet half the criteria. I mean, it's fun. Alright, so we are pretty close to almost being able to, yeah, how's that for flooding? Literally the entire area is completely saturated with water. The only reason we're not getting water in here is because the door blocks it. So we're grabbing what we can of all the wood on the map. Hey Uko, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Get the out of my house. Rhino rolling in here, eating my dinner. Not loving them being that close to the edge of the map. We get a raid here, they're just going to have to tangle with it immediately. Okay. So it looks like we get seasonal flooding in December. So a bunch of these animals, when they can't find any food, will just leave. Alright, there's Ship to the Stars. Don't care about that. Now, if we're lucky, and we have a raid that's going to take a while, one dirty trick we could do is shoot one of the Mega Sloth. Or another thing is if we have a caravan roll in, we can aggro these animals and then dump them on the caravan. So, you know, they would be something very dangerous for me to tangle without being able to kite them or whatever. But if we get a caravan roll in, that just means they can handle it and we get all the bonus from it. Let's go ahead and tell you not to make that next hallway. And keep working on this. You're going to hunt the very last thing worth hunting on the map. Alright, we got passive cooler research from the book. That's fine, it's really cold outside, so we don't really need that at the moment. Actually, cancel that one. He keeps trying to get over there to hunt that mare, but it's far enough away that wading through the water, he has to go back to, or she has to go back to get food or recreation or whatever. It's just too far of a run. Okay. So you're working on researching, that's fine. You're cutting stone brick. You're mining. Well, it left the map. Breaking worn out. I probably... Where are you, Rual? Oh man, that's not happening, dude. You might as well be on the moon. We just struck steel, so we're gonna get some steel on its own easy enough. We got Luxray just cutting all of the slate brick. Who is our artist? So right now our artist is the one helping with hunting. Make statues. Do until you have 10. Oh, and details, clear, stone blocks. Because there's not a whole lot else for you to do right now. Just haul and clean. Just plunked itself down right there. Manhunter pack of rats. 2 of them. Okay. Cool. Nicely done. Neither of them rotted, which is nice. That'll be a little extra food. I'm amused at the rhinos trying to find the, like, one tile of shelter and all hiding at my front door. Honestly surprised some of these animals haven't ditched the tile yet due to lack of food. Okay. Yeah, pretty sure that one's leaving now. The other thing that's gonna be rough here is even when the water subsides, I still have to wait for everything to grow. That's the reason we switched it back to rice to just get the fast turnaround. Okay. Here, delete that zone. There's no reason for them to carry it down there. Luxray is just going to keep turning into brick, which will then turn into art. What we need is a caravan to show up. There's one rhino left, and you have a movement speed of 5C. We have a movement speed of 3.68C. You don't seem to be getting that badly impacted by everything being underwater, though. So, if we get a raid, that might be something we can exploit. If the rhino gets right off from standing right at our door, I can deliberately manhunter pack it and run inside real fast and let the rhino deal with whoever's attacking us. The Mega Sloth, I'd say the same, but they're way over by the edge. The enemy would get past it before I could reach them. We might end up having to take a high-risk play of taking on the Mega Sloth. Or, like, the Rhino or whatever. What's the Mega Sloth's movement speed? 4.8. Pretty soon, we're going to lose a bunch of the rest of this food. Poor quality art, destroy it. Actually, don't even bother destroying it. Well, he got struck by lightning and burned slightly. I don't think that's enough to really do much for us. Makes me wish I had one of the nerve spikers, because the nerve spiker you can tag him, get the stun, and walk away. And then just, you know, let them sit there bleeding. And then when they go to sleep again. Oh, we got a rabbit. Electricity's next, so we got smithing, and now we're getting electricity. Turkey. A bunch of random sparrows. Who else can we have hunt? Have Celine jump on the hunting as well. Have Apple jump on the hunting. Actually, well, that's fine. You can both hunt for right now. Well, that... And we've got a cougar. But we did manage to get a sparrow. Don't just leave the map. We need to get Selene a better weapon. Okay, the reality is I've got to take on something bigger. I don't want to. Do any of you have health problems? I'll make you easy pickings. No, they're all great. Okay, you don't have armor, right? Okay. Versus the Mega Sloth, the thing that makes it dangerous is it can shrug off a lot of hits. So we are hoping, beyond hope, that I can tag this thing with enough damage that it could slow its movement speed. Okay. That's great. 69% movement speed. Cool, fibrous mechanites. That's not at all what I need right now. No, don't turn around. Okay, nicely done. Donkey Duff, immediately start butchering that rhino. Alright, so Shaw got the fibrous mechanites, which gives them a significant boost to a lot of their stats and immense pain, which actually works out because we are guilty, so we like pain. That's just a win. Prime bait for the next rhino. Oh, it's the guilty ideology. Basically, they assume that they're, like, they feel guilty about, you know, unspecified something. And as a result of it, you know, they're like, you know, I deserve pain or whatever, so they feel like it's justification. Or not justification, it's deserved or whatever. It's messed up. And could you kindly get this flooding? The seasonal flooding is lasting a whole season within itself. You're never going to successfully cook that thing. You're just going to waste all of the fuel. But I need them to cook it. Oh, pain is repentance for, like, living in sin. Something like that. They never get into, like, why you feel guilty or anything like that. Okay, still more meat there. You're going to have to take over that for a minute. And you're upset because you're hungry and you ate raw food. Alright. Another risky one. Because you're going to steal my food. Donkey Duff cannot get away at this. Well, come on, man. I'm doing what I can here. You don't need to strike me with lightning while I'm trying to deal with food. Alright, we're not going to be able to kite this one. We got too many people with too many slowing effects. Just go for it. Yeah, come on, you almost got it. Nicely done. Because otherwise it was going to eat all the meat we're collecting. And we have you assigned to help with cooking. Working getting this meat processed before it goes bad. Okay, so we cooked all the stuff that we've already butchered. Alright. There are people like that in real life? There are. Death Corpse of Krieg, basically. Yeah. Alright. So little by little. I could really use a caravan or, like, anything showing up. Alright, so it's cold enough. It is considering this stuff refrigerated, which does help us out quite a bit. Means you don't have to, like, go too hard on trying to get things going. Oh, you've already gotten over your, Alright. We're gonna be attacked immediately by a dude of the club. Hey, dude of the club. I would like to have a little conversation with you. In that conversation, how did I not aggro you? Stop running at me without being manhunted. You're gonna ruin everything. So the whole plan here was to manhunter pack this thing, not because I'm worried about the raid as a threat. Why are you not manhunting? I'm gonna wind up killing you without you manhunting, and I've never had that. Well, that's awkward. Okay, I guess we're just doing a straight-up raid then. That's fine. Because the plan had basically been to Manhunter pack that. It would go against Hammer. It would murder the crap out of Hammer, but Hammer would hopefully do some hits on the way in. Okay. We got a lot of bleeding going on. We're not doing the deserter. So let's see if that bleeding's enough that you, start running into problems. You think the higher their animal skill, the less likely they are to get mad? This is true. I'm honestly surprised with all these bleeds we're not seeing any kind of real effect. I mean, I guess it's really a tanky animal. But if we're lucky and we get some of the penalty on here for having a bunch of bleed, we get enough movement speed drop, I can kite it around and finish it off. Oh, thank goodness, the flood is finally subsiding. Meanwhile, got a whole army of gazelle we can hunt. Okay, so make sure Luxray has... Okay, you do have that as a priority. Luxray needs to get the rice down as fast as they can. Alright. And Cha's helping, which is good. So you don't have blood dolls because evil, but torturing an animal out of its mind is fine. Well, it's not deliberate torturing. We were trying to legitimately kill it. I was trying to just cause it to fight my enemy and then benefit from both. It's not my fault it was just being chill with me putting a bunch of arrows in its side. Yeah, that still should have it about the same speed we move. And the thing about these is they are very tanky. Yakin of Fortune, you would send Loser, who is an undergrounder, who is a tortured artist, who has got doctoring. And you'd send 2 drifters after me. I'm down to do that, actually. So arrive in 1 day. So one thing I'm going to go ahead and do here is go allowed area, area 1. The reason I'm doing this is that way when we're dealing with threats coming in here, I can keep them back or I can get them indoors before the threat overruns them. High break risk because you are a tortured artist and is an unsightly environment. Lower your priority on hunting. I need you to clean this place up. The other colony got killed by Metal Horror. It's the first time I've actually lost to a Metal Horror event. I had vetted a person where I interrogated them a whole bunch of times. I'm like, okay, I feel like they're solid and all that. And I was wrong. They were the one with it, and so we just got it implanted into a bunch of people. So plan's kind of the same thing here. I'm gonna go poke one of the Mega Sloths when the raid shows up, run inside, just have everyone try and hold repairing the door. Let the Mega Sloth take care of my enemies. Oh, it's raining. It's fine. Ooh, I did not get that medicine in here. Don't leave it out there. Okay. So you're getting close to getting these rooms all done, as far as smooth floors and all that. And you're working on the first of the bedrooms. Okay, so this raid should be coming in any time now. I think your best bet is to shoot that one. Okay, so they're attacking 2 melee pawns. Okay, so Luxray, you're gonna hold the door. Donkey Duff, be ready in case things go wrong. And one of you, yeah, so Shaw's got the movement speed stuff, so I have you two ready to help. Come on, aggro. Come on, Manhunter. You're running out of time. Okay. Shaw, get back. Everyone else get back. Door is disallowed. And just in case it goes for the door, which would be real bad. Actually, you just do this. So I manhuntered it. And now it's going to see who gets through this. 2 Yetkin or a pissed off Mega. Oh, we actually did a pretty good number on it. Okay, I actually think they're going to win that fight. I did way more damage than I realized I had done. Okay, so you're basically about done. Alright, so you hold the door. You two get here. Okay, and now you go up here. Oh, I actually meant for you to leave that door open, but that's fine. And nicely done. I don't even think I could save you if I wanted to. That many injuries without having better doctors. But that's okay, because Loser joined. So we got another underground torture artist. But the good news is they can be a very solid cook, so Donkey Duff can drop cooking. They're also an actual doctor. So that's good. We can have you... We can have you moonlight as construction and mining. Alright, so we have our brand new cook to the colony. And so this is going to be Mohanrai. I can check Lux Ray in a minute. What injury did you take? You took a bruise to the arm. And we are going to go ahead, because we are a guilty ideology. We're going to do our best at trying to capture this person. No intention on keeping them here. The intention to patch them up and send them on their way. Let's get you recreation, area 1, work. That's all fine. And the good news is, we also got ourselves a Mega Sloth out of it. Okay, so getting some medical practice. If we release them, we'll get a mood bonus. Beggars hope for alms. I am required to help. Because we are a guilty ideology. There you go. And that's enough to reform our ideology, which is a major milestone for this run. That's not what I'm looking for. Reform. And we are going to add Tunneler. Because with Tunneler, we have loved insect and preferred fungus. Which is all we need here. Because with that, now I can go in here and go floors. Fungal gravel. Get that crap put in. Because that will let us start growing food inside here. And we'll be able to stop doing this nonsense. So let's go ahead and delete these two. I don't want to go out that far anyways. Oh, I didn't give you a place to sleep. Alright, so furniture, double bed. We can use light leather or plain leather. Let's go here and plain leather down there. Or light leather, whichever. We'll start getting these rooms made. What I genuinely need is I need the Dryad to show up. If we get the Dryad seed, I can start having that as a pretty decent source of wood. All right. We're making so much art. And then with this, we'll have a food source that won't just get flooded out. Which, this again, is going to delay us getting these rooms set up. We need way more construction people. Okay. Alright, Luxray is fully healed. Alright. So we can make all this art of our people, that we could sell to all of our neighbors, so that all of our neighbors might look upon our glory. Okay, so no longer rainy thunderstorm, which will be nice, so it's not quite as dark constantly. And I need to get a weapon. So right now for Mohanrai, there's at least a weapon. I probably want you doing ranged. The only reason that's not happening yet is I don't have the wood to make a bow, and I don't really want to use the metal for it. Got a tiny little bit of wood over there. So pretty soon I'm not going to be able to keep cooking. Okay. Oh, right, you. With that said, get out. I patched you up. I've done what I can. Time for you to get the hell out of my colony. So begin conversion ritual. We'll do the best we can to try and convert our new recruit, see if we can't get them in on the we are guilty diggy hole. Oh, don't do that. Why? Oh, there's... That's weird. There you go. So yeah, an effective conversion ritual. That's fine. We're not doing the deserter one. That's not a charity or whatever. That's just... That's like two opposing factions fighting kind of thing, not rescuing one for the other or something like that. Okay. So, switch you over to potatoes. Switch you over to potatoes. Switch you over to potatoes. And you're almost ready as well. Don't queue that up. Work on the bedrooms first. Okay. And once we get this round done, these mushroom grow roots should be able to take over. And I could dedicate the space out here for like getting wood and medicine and cotton and stuff like that. Who's our cleaning person? You. Right, but you are no-lifing art right now. Let's go ahead and drop that priority one. I need you to clean this place up. Okay. And we're having a party to celebrate that we're actually getting our own, like, internal grow rooms. Oh, good old Naya. Hey, Basset, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate it. you know, the gift coming through Randall and all that stuff. But regardless, however it happens, I do appreciate it and all that good stuff. So thank you. Good old Naya. Alright. We're getting there with a bunch of it. Yep, just a couple more tiles and then this room will be finished. And then when we mine this out, we'll get that room set up. And eventually we'll be getting enough mushrooms that we don't even have to think about it. Okay. It is amusing that we're cutting all these brick up and get you out of here. And you're just for normal colonists. And as soon as we get this smoothed out, this will be Salene's room because they're jealous, so we need to make the room as nice as possible. Alright. So we've got our first mushroom grow room. And you're just kind of juggling the food out here for right now. We're up to 6 statues. None of which are particularly good. What do we set? Yeah, so you are set up to be able to help with construction. You've got nothing better to work on. So that's good. I don't care who's doing it. We are slowly getting these rooms converted. Because then we get this barracks cleared out. And then this can become like the ideology room. This will become the rec room. Alright, so we got drifters. We need to help the drifters. They are all adults, which is unfortunate for us. Mohan Rai and Shah have hooked up, so Mohan Rai wooed Shah by telling them a tale about alien conspiracies. Look, man. You find love where you find love on the rim. So we're gonna go and bump Selene over here early. And then we will set you for Donkey Duck. Okay, so let's go and check out what our refugees are bringing to the table. We got a Hussar here, but at least they got doctoring. So you can handle and hunt really well. Unfortunately, I'm not willing to give any of you weapons. You can construct, that's some good news. You can grow stuff, that's some good news. I don't want you crafting. You can help research. And the rest of you can haul and clean, I guess. Now, the big problem here is that is a lot of colonists that are staying for 10 days and we do not have the food for it. We're on a planet shared with things that breathe fire, have fur, and need drugs to survive. And do you wonder about aliens? I mean, but what would you even consider an alien for an alien conspiracy? That's kind of the thing. It seems like there's just aliens in existence, just broadly speaking. They just need to be conspiracy. They're just there. Please work on that. What does it have before bed? I appreciate it. Hope you have a good sleep and all that. Alright, so you are gonna probably need to be back onto priority of hunting. Let's see, there weren't any non-human intelligent species in RimWorld, so it makes sense that there would still be theories about such aliens. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the idea, is all the different xenotypes are considered, you know, different flavors of human. That they all came from baseline human and, you know, through, like, genetic shenanigans and all that, were created effectively. Floors. Fungal. Okay. So that's the second grow room getting sorted. I'm not gonna lie, noob. You've got like 11 people here and you showed up by yourself. I don't think this is going to work great for you. Oh, you're moving really slowly. Also, you are barely able to stand on your own accord. Could you get over here? Nicely done. Much fear. Great wow. I'm honestly surprised it wasn't a bigger raid. You're taking 11 people, you had to stick pretty much. It was very shaking stick at the clouds kind of approach. And unfortunately, these were clouds that had bows and arrows and pointy sticks of their own. All right. Yeah, so we're going to struggle along here a little bit, food-wise. Of the people here, would we want to enjoy? Absolutely not. You're practically a genie without actually being a genie, so probably no one a Joey. Oh, right. We're guilty. If they ask to join, and I say no, we take a penalty. So we are going to be required to bring anyone who asks to join on, no matter how much I dislike it. Very main character action. Yeah. We're gonna have a merry band of misfits is what we're gonna have. That does mean our colony is going to grow rapidly and is going to be a mess so far as who comes along. I will definitely want more research benches. Yeah, we don't need any of the other stuff yet. There's nothing else here. Okay. It's interesting to me that this one's green and that one's very brown when they're the same thing planted. Okay. What happened to the last run? Metal horror. I thought I had vetted a person carefully enough that they were safe to do all the work, and I was wrong. It's actually the first time I've lost a colony to a metal horror. To be fair, it was a metal horror that burst out after we got wrecked by a pit gate. That was only really bad because I was being too aggressive and trying to suss out the metal horror, so I was having multiple people in our aesthetic at the same time. But it's still my fault. I was just rushing things way more than I should, and I got punished for it. Yeah, so now we're doing a guilty ideology, very dwarf style, with an intent of keeping lots and lots of scary things locked in the basement. So kind of leaning into the anomaly stuff. I want them to get the grow rooms first. Because the sooner we can get that isolated, the better. Alright, we'll just work on getting a thing. If you don't mind, please work on that side. Okay. So we have hunted pretty much everything worth hunting to non-existence. Being Riverside Hobbits is a neat idea. Yeah. To be clear, against your like regular straight up raids, a lot of times this type of setup gives you, absolute control over the pathing of the enemy, which is really good. It'll also make the opportunity for stuff like siege raids far more limited. So in that thing, this becomes a very strong map. On the other hand, if it's a fight that is something you can't handle straight up and you need to either like kite or path them around or whatever on a normal map, there ain't kiting or pathing around on this map. You got a straight shot in, and you go down here and get stuck in this corner, or you can backtrack into your base. Eventually we could potentially make like an extra exit so you can like run through here and pop out. And that'll maybe happen eventually. But ultimately what I'll likely do is somewhere around, I'm guessing here, I'll make a defensive position to try and force them into the water to go slow, while we can just blast them with everything we can. We had a different map where it's more like a big open area here in the middle with a bottleneck one time, and I had my wall, I think it was like over here-ish, and we had the anomaly heart show up over here and just fill this whole thing in solid. And it was just the biggest slog trying to get the heart because it kept popping the things that would spit acid. And you'd have like 5 of them here, but they would all overlap. So you had to, like, bait out the shot and try and run in, do as much damage, then back off and have one of your people step in and step out to, like, get all the acid to shoot at them. And then on top of that, dealing with all sorts of other stuff. There's a clip, there's a good 3 or 4 clips from that whole ordeal. The worst one is I had finally pushed, I was getting ready to, like, make my, like, I had gotten the different things scanned, I was trying to push for the heart itself. And right as I went to push in, it was like, gray flesh. And things had already been real dicey, and it's just like, oh, come on. Like, we survived, that was one of the anomaly wins we did. But there was definitely a middle spot there where it's like, man, I don't know if we're making it. What I really need is I need the Dryad thing to show up. That's gonna how we're gonna have to deal with wood. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we got a mad hare. So the hare that is like, I will spare this hare, it rewarded me with betrayal. Then I got the one Mega Sloth just chilling here. If food gets desperate, we deal with that. Now, the problem is we're stuck eating raw food because I'm basically out of wood. Which is why I need the Dryads. Because the Dryads are about the only space-efficient way to get wood. And we're researching electricity. So, getting that relatively early. Okay, so I got a ton of tanned leather. I also have heavy fur. Tanned leather isn't a thing. Was light leather? Plain leather. Okay. And we're still doing construction things. Alright, so giving ourselves a little bit of trace amounts of more wood. That's every bit of wood on the map for right now. We'll just have to wait for more. Okay. And you're about to get this one sorted out. Cool, we got a second research bench, so someone else can help out with that. And we're finally smoothing out the walls to get this first bedroom done, and then we'll get the second bedroom done. Okay. They're making really good progress on these growth things. What do we got from the cargo pods? A bunch of cotton. I can live with that. Cases, floors, fungal biome. There you go. Yeah, I think with Heavy Bridge, I might go to the... Oh, what do we got? Donkey, Duff, and Tree. Don't do this to yourself, buddy. Tree isn't a permanent resident. Unless they decide to join, it's going to be nothing but heartbreak for you in the future. And this can be Luxray's room. And this can be Apple Lords. So I can slowly move them into having their bedrooms. Alright, once we got these done, we'll open them up to be allowed to work on more of the bedrooms as well as the future anomaly containment rooms. So I'm actually thinking the anomaly containment rooms, same exact pattern. We can move the whole thing down one tile. And the reason I'm doing this is so I can line these rooms with uranium to give them a higher overall health, because your containment strength is based on the health there. So I'm going to have the double wall there so I don't have to have uranium wall on the other side. Okay, so we're getting that all there. Then we'll get that queued up to start putting the mushrooms down. Start pulling up that rice. There'll be another grow room ready. Which point, even if I have to make more of these, we'll end up putting a hallway here, and then more of them kind of thing, just to make it easier to move around. What's your shooting up to? Well, you're up to 10, so at least you're gaining a bunch of shooting. Okay. We're switching everything up to the potatoes now. It's been a slow transition over, so that way we get more nutrients out of the effort. And like I said, we'll probably end up doing here relatively soon, is we'll end up switching this from food to stuff like cotton, the cotton medicine, those kind of things. Alright, next grow room is ready. Okay. They queue you up telling you to smooth out all of those. And the good news, they got the break room, all but the 2 tiles of components smoothed out. And the barracks is mostly done as well. Going for all shroom diet? Yeah, now when you do the diggy holes, you just have to do that kind of thing. Because otherwise you need to get a lot of hydroponics. And I'll point out, if we look at this map, let's check the geothermal situation. Nope. Where are you going to fit the windmills and solar panels? You can get like 2 over here, maybe. 1 windmill. There is the water wheels, but you'll notice these cave walls are pretty close in here, so I'm only going to be able to get like 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 water wheels in there. But they'd be in the main corridor that the enemies would end up coming in to attack me. So you're getting the idea here, is power is actually pretty rough on this style map. The way we're going to probably do power is once we get the things that start going bump in the night in here, is we're going to take their wonderful, wonderful bone goop, and we're going to use as their power source. We could also potentially do chem fuel by processing mushrooms into that. That'd be inefficient, but in a pinch, it does work. Major break risk on you because you have chemical hunger and you're jealous and you're not body modded. And existence is sadness or something, I don't know. Bug farm chemical. The problem with doing a bug farm in RimWorld is it does end up becoming a very manual process because you have to deliberately make sure you do not destroy the nest. But you need to go in there and keep killing the bugs again and again. Alright, people. I didn't want to have to take out the Mega Sloth because we don't really have a lot of range to throw at it. But starvation is on the menu. Get him! Everyone pile in! Nicely done, team. We definitely need wood to happen. So meat showed up and everyone beelines to start eating all the meat. Yeah, so you're about to start seeing some of these get harvested. So those are all getting close to harvest. We have these are coming along all right. And thank you, Stero, for the 220 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Okay. Alright, so with that, you're done mining. So go forth and expand. Get our new bedroom location started. There's nothing left for me to cut down over there. So close to getting the first batch of mushrooms going. Now, but as far as the bug farm for chem fuel, realistically, it's going to be mushroom farm. Now, more realistically, what I might actually do is make one of these into a pen and throw a boomalope in there. Because everyone knows just cave boomalope are definitely a thing, just like cave alpaca. Like, I'll definitely want to go and get, like, a room of these for, like, the alpaca for having a source of fabric. Okay. Major break risk on you, because again, ravenously hungry, chemical starvation, all of these things going on. Heron sitting. You want me to keep your heron at Grimrock for 22 days, which I could certainly do for some Glitter World. I might wait a minute, though, before I accept that. How much longer till you get out of here? Ah, good, a day and a half. We're getting close. Is it not sure what the mod you're using? Normally a map like this will have 1 or 2 hidden valleys. Yeah, no, the map here probably won't have any hidden valleys. You can actually find the hidden valleys using some cheeky strategies. For those who don't know, if I grab a pawn with a melee weapon, and I draft them and choose that, so they'll keep the icon of the weapon when I'm over areas that are solid, but if I go over an open area, it puts like a can't do it. That's because you are able to attack walls. Oh, so we do. That might be our ancient danger back there. It's just a little spot back here. So there's an ancient danger back there. Probably. Most likely it's an ancient danger, but you can kind of do that. We don't have like a big area there, but there is an ancient danger back in this pocket over here. I'm pretty sure it's an ancient danger. That said, I'm not going to like beeline to try and get a tunnel over there. We'll just keep expanding, and when we find it, we find it. And the marriage is on between Donkey Duff and Tree. Donkey Duff. Tree leaves in a day and a half. Unless you can convince Tree to stay, you're going to have a really, really rough time, man. And thank you, Shaunosaurus, for the 10 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Yep, so we're starting to get our mushrooms up, which is good. We're getting our potatoes down there. Oh, I'm not quite where I need to be with this. Okay, and cancel these two. That's just planning stuff out in the future. Okay, same as this. 11 by 11. I'm probably not going to need these yet. This is just kind of situating what the plan is going to be for all these. That's not right. Okay. If you're wondering, why are you doing that pattern? There's not really a reason. I'm doing it so it's not a rectangle, because rectangles are boring. So I'm giving up tiles here. They can be used for a tiny bit more food to make it look better. Let's see, are you sure shaping those fungus rooms for a future sun lamp? No, I'm not shaping them for a future sun lamp. Those are going to just remain fungus rooms. Okay, so you're all just doing your thing. No one's restricted to anything. Okay, we have a dangerous animal who has no other options of food other than me. Meanwhile, you're just blasting through getting that done. Okay. We'll just leave that alone. It's possible if that thing gets hungry enough and no one gets near it, if a raid shows up, the cougar will immediately attack the raider. Alright, well, okay. Or they'll attack the refugees on their way out. Which is very likely, because that thing's been on the map for a little while now. I'm just hoping you get off of here before it gets a little bit of nummy in its tummy. Alright, looks like they got there. I was waiting for it to go after Treacle at the... or not Treacle, Tree at the last moment. Okay, so we successfully did that charity. So we have now massively reduced the amount of food we need to survive. Deconstruct all those so we have actual beds for people. And I actually got pretty far on smoothing these floors out. You had the conversion thing ready again. 7 days, so just keep working on getting you converted. Alright. Okay, so you just slammed some Gojus, and were immediately attacked by the cougar. Thanks, cougar. You're amazing, buddy. Cougar puzzle box is popping in here. What are you doing right now? What's the flashing red thing? Oh, this? I can destroy that and I get stuff out of it. Alright, so let's try and get over here and take care of the now pissed off cougar. Yeah, get pie. Get him. Alright, roll in here quick. Whoever wins, we want to take him out right away. Okay, that's good. They're gonna come my way, so I need to get more ranged weapons, which is perfect because they're carrying one right there. As long as it's not biocoded. Okay, so with that, you're gonna go grab that gun. And we are going to allow everything. Alright, so that's a lot of good news there. We got ourselves another ranged weapon, so we're not running around with a wooden club. We got some Nutrimine, which I can't quite use yet, but it's good for making penioxylin later. Oh hey, we got a couple trees grew in here. That's a tiny bit of wood. Alright, so these are probably not needed to be this anymore. So let's go ahead, and we're going to plan for this to be cotton here. This is going to grow slow, so you're going to be heel root, which isn't going to get done anytime soon. You are going to be my really, really terrible renewable wood supply. You'll be dye, which I can't use yet. You'll be dye, can't use yet. Dye can't use yet. Dye can't use yet. Alright. So we're starting to convert all of this stuff to be not food out here. Sure, and you will be the one and only place that we're getting psychoid. That's because now all our food is happening inside the building. Okay, so we did get a bunch of uranium. So what I'm going to want to do here is we'll start with this room here. We're going to carve out all the walls. And the reason I'm doing this is I want to make it fully uranium the whole way around, with a uranium door. And then we can put the containment thing in there and the stuff won't be able to break out hardly ever. Meanwhile, we're going to build a copy, move it over there, delete that one. So ideology-wise, I need to figure out what our main ideology stuff is. Okay, so for our main ideology we got going on here, which are... That's not it. Which are our holy symbols? So we have the low chancel. So ideology, the low chancel. We're gonna make that out of slate. Put down some pews. And slowly get this room converted over to an ideology room. Alright, meanwhile we're going to go to structure, uranium. And tell them to start building that wall. We're effectively reinforcing this area for purposes of containing anomaly stuff. We didn't happen to get... Yeah, we got bridges. And I shouldn't need to hunt right now. Yeah, it's fine. Quest expiring. Right, and this is for something else? Okay, so we got a shotgun, a knife, and a pistol. That's a little concerning considering I have no armor and no skill. The good news is they all have crappy stats. So we could potentially take care of that a little bit. I think the plan here is we're gonna try and get the melee on there ranged. Actually, shift back in here. We'll fight from in here. Because I'm not too fussed if they burn this. We just planted it. It's not grown hardly at all. The good news is you are really slow. So plan is the moment Bloom gets close, I'm going to send my melee running out to go stab them. Go. Tell your friends. And we just got bruises. And Cecil, or Celine getting a upgrade their weapon. Had like tried 2 or 3 times to do it. Okay, so we've got a person visiting for Glitter World. So Grunge has arrived. The 90s confirmed. Oh, right. You're a blue herring. Let's go ahead and we can go to furniture. Get you to go ahead and come on into the base, so you don't get murdered by whatever critter shows up and decides you look delicious. We got ourselves a blue herring here. Medical treatment because of bruises, that's fine. Why are you hurt? Because we were just attacked, and you stabbed him in the face. But you just got a couple of bruises. They pulled a gun and you said, "Have you seen a big pointy metal stick?" And then the problem was resolved. Alright, we really need a source of wood. Because what should happen is sooner or later we'll get, like, the random dryad thing. Was he not a dead body pile upstream? Yeah, no, absolutely. What's possibly is there to worry about? Yeah, you got plenty of vegetables and all that happening, and mushrooms and whatnot. The issue we have right now is going to be just... we don't have wood. I think it's tiny little area grow space. But the good news, we're going to start being able to actually make our own clothing and all that. With how fast Celine's mining, we should be pretty soon at a point where I don't need Celine to do anything. Alright, so that's one of our relics. We're definitely going to be doing relic stuff. Like right now I've got this room here. What likely happen is I'll probably likely make a proper like temple kind of thing up here with all our relics in the temple. The marriage is on. Shah has proposed lifelong commitment to Mohanrai. Well, you two are probably going to have a better time than hooking up with someone and engaging to someone who doesn't even live here. Alright, so you're going to go ahead and send a pack of 2 wild links to Grimrock for some plasteel and some Glitter World. A wild boar has gone mad. And now it's not. Okay. I have no idea how we're tackling electricity on this one in the short term. Long term, I've got ideas. This is going to be Bioferry generation, most likely. But short term is going to be a real rough time. Okay. Water wheel doesn't... I could put a water wheel here, but again, this is the main corridor enemies are coming in. I could fit a water wheel there. This angle wouldn't be workable. That's on the edge of the map. This angle's not workable. This angle's not workable. This is too narrow. There's... Yeah, I could put a water wheel or two... Oh, that's one I couldn't go there. Do herons eat shroom, or do you have fish? I want to say, if we look at most of the birds and all that, they'll put them as, like, plants and all that. So if we look at this, vegetables, raw meat, corpses, seeds, live plants, meals, processed food. It actually doesn't list. I think fish count as raw meat in the game. Yeah, so it eats just about everything, honestly. Okay. So I do think I'm gonna accept that. Schedule, restrict. Can you mine out the corpse pile to make room for water wheel? I might be able to, but the point more is that all of this area is where the enemy is going to move, so I don't want a water wheel here anyways, because they'll just get destroyed, which means one water wheel tucked back here is probably not going to cut it. I think realistically we're going to be pushing into, like, chem fuel generation and or chem fuel generation and or bioferrite generation is probably what we're gonna have to do, because having the water wheel out where it's just gonna get attacked again and again is just gonna get obnoxious. Another dirty thing I could do is, if we get grav ship stuff, is I could put the grav ship core back here in the base as if I'm building a ship, and then go out to get the grav core, the material for it using shuttles, and build the little power plant things that come from that. Because that is, you know, basically passive power that's really good. It just, you have to take a lot of risk to get the materials to make it. And that'll likely be a really good way for us to tackle that problem. Alright. Yeah, unstable power cores too. You can get them to land here, but yeah, it's very unlikely we'll see much in the way of mech clusters. You don't think you can place the grav engine under mountain? Gotcha. I mean, even if I can't, what we could do is I could do something like place the grav engine here. And like make a little pocket of power back here. Or down there. It doesn't even matter where. Okay, so we've got our 2 links. The same exact plan. We run over here, we shoot at them, they come in. I was really expecting to actually do some meaningful damage on the way in. Alright. We got some scratches on you, but handled. Okay. Donkey just taking care of that, which is not how it should work. You're the one who's bleeding the most, but that's whatever, I guess. Okay, and you're taking care of that one. All right. cutting down any trees that show up for desperate tiny little bits of wood. Okay. We need a total of 5 rooms for our current number of people that need to be done. And these don't even count as rooms because I haven't built the door on them. I could put a stone door on them. The stone doors open way slower, which is why I'm kind of avoiding that. But again, where are we going to get that wood? Grav gems can be placed in shallow water for sure. Well, I mean, if you put the like the grav core thing, you can put platform on top of it and just put the grav gen on that. Yeah, if that happens, I mean, that's kind of the consequence of this type of a map, is there is going to be some stuff that breaks. Which is fine. We're doing Mimi stuff, and also as I open this up, like right now, so this area up here is eligible for drop pods to hit. Like, we'll get stuff that'll screw with us on this map. But yeah, mech clusters will probably have problems in siege raids. Like, they're, like... You could have a mech cluster or siege raid hit here. That would work. But not a whole lot of areas. There's a good chance a lot of that stuff just won't happen. When that kind of stuff happens, it just, the event just doesn't do anything. Okay, we're not even close to being able to do that. Why is it permanent summer? That's just what it is. It's just year-round summer, according to it. The area I'm in is technically temperate forest. That's just what it does. We haven't done anything to mod temperatures or anything like that. Like, literally the only thing that's a mod going on is the map is a bit style. Yeah, no, I'm debating putting up slate doors and calling it a day. You had a quest mech clusters on an archipelago map where you got half of what it said and landed on the sandbar. Yeah, no, I've definitely had stuff get like all messed up from things around, you know, not having room for it. I think that's what we're gonna do. Because I think I'm gonna accept our bedrooms are getting slate doors. As will our choke points. Not down here, though. Those who want to be uranium. Well, that's not what you want to see. How did you get in? Oh, we locked all the doors open at some point. It's fine. Is slate better than steel? No, so steel is more flammable, slate is not. There's pros and cons between the two. Generally, I'd prefer slate over steel because steel is very flammable in the game. Like, steel in the game is basically in the same realm of flammable as wood. We can go in here and tell them to smooth out this room. And if they finish those rooms there, that'll be everyone in a bedroom. All the all the steel beam conspiracy theory nonsense. That was just gonna happen. Yeah, so we got a bunch of crows got into our place. Crows are one of those things that if we attack them, you can do the thing. That said, the crows don't eat enough to matter, but I do want them gone. Okay, we can go to structure, uranium door. And the worst thing is all these pieces of, all these chunks are going to block my ability to, normally if you just fire a gun, they'll fly off the map. But yeah, I know they're trapped in there. It's fine. When we got some of these chunks out of the way, I'll just put my melee here in the range and we'll just shooting gallery them in there. If they turn on us, we'll kill the crows really rapidly. If they don't turn on us, then they just die. Wasn't supposed to have that wall mined away. That's fine. Hold that door open. Okay. Got more spaceship parts crashing down, injuring the tree. They're about to get electricity unlocked, and I will awaken the monolith when the electricity comes online, or not even comes online, when we get it researched. That's usually how I do it, because there's just so much of the stuff in Anomaly is locked behind electricity. There's almost very little reason to do it until you have it. Plus, the first room that we can potentially contain something in. Oi, stretch, stretch, stretch. Oh, I forgot to grab a thing out of my snack box for me and Tomb to try. I have to check to make sure you hadn't fallen asleep because she was pretty tuckered out from work when she got home. Yeah, let them just keep working on that. Okay, lock that door open. Lock this door open. Lock this door open. Okay, we can make this work. Alright, you two get here. You all get back here. Where did it go? Alright, crows are dealt with. We'll have them let that door close, so we don't have future incursions of animals eating my food. Okay, lock that door open. Alright, so we're getting this all sorted out little by little. Yeah, it should be interesting when this thing expands. It's going to eat a chunk out of this wall around it. But also, for doing anomaly stuff, that's like the best place I could probably have that. Where literally we would just step outside, you know, push the button, and then go back in. Okay, that door does not get held open. We'll want lights and all that stuff everywhere when we can. Okay, we've got all those, got all these. We got these two to do here. And then what we want to do here, probably go ahead and queue up a second one of these. To get the second, uranium cell for high level of containment. But get a set of them that way as the anomaly stuff happens. I'm not trying to scramble and put together one of those as we're going. Schedule. Just one more tree. I'll definitely want to wall this off in some way so that the animals aren't eating everything. Granted, later on I could just use hydroponics and that would solve that. Okay, we'll leave that alone until they can build that out. I don't care about a little bit of hyperweave. That's not really a reward worth considering. Okay, and there's a uranium door. Uranium walls. Okay. The worshipped machine for our relic. We're not ready for the relic yet, but we'll have that. Okay, so we got electricity and geothermal power. Geothermal power does basically nothing for me. Alright, so we're going to investigate this. I don't remember who our researcher even is. Who's our researcher? Shah. Okay, Shah. I want you to poke this thing. Alright. Let's start getting scary things involved in our life. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch. Shah thinks he can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Shah focuses on the shape and tries to uncover their meanings. The hum strengthens. This is way too positive music for what's happening. The shapes begin to flow through Shah's vision, but the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space all around. A black shape is forming in his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Keep poking it. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Alright. As the monolith twisted and changed, Shah is overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, he understood. The monolith is a doorway, just barely cracked open now. Something dark, beyond imagination, stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Shah is convinced he can learn more if given time to study the monolith. And we're good. Monolith. Man. Alright, so basically we just kicked off the monolith thing. We're not going to get any of these crops or whatever out of here, because those animals are just going to eat it all. Wildlife. Oh, hey, did you hurt yourself badly? No. Yeah, so if you could all, like, piss off with your eating your stuff. Not again? What not again? Oh, the poking the monolith? We always poke the monolith. I like the anomaly stuff. Alright, so with this we can go to anomaly. We can get our really crappy holding cells. Oh, do you mean the not again getting electricity then geothermal? Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly check to see if Tomb is falling asleep. If not, I'm going to grab a snack thing for her. I'll be back in just a moment, but thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Alright, and we are back. Sorry about that. We got this snack box thing, and it's been a point to, like, make sure we try one each time. And I know, like, I probably should have done it on camera. We grabbed these ones. It's apparently pickled plum. It almost had, like, a cayenne taste to it. I really don't like it. I'm not a big fan of, like, spicy gummy kind of things, or, like, spicy lollipops. So, like, the Mexican candy where it's, like, the like, lollipop thing with, like, the pepper on it. I like spicy, but like the candied spicy thing is, I don't know, it's just not my bag. I should have done it on camera, it's fine. But I've been trying to remember that because it's a thing I got so that we could have it as an experience between me and Tomb. For those who don't know, who are new to the channel, Tomb is my wife. MT Tomb. Alright, so we're slowly getting people converted over here. Let's see. Begin conversion ritual. So you got about a 70% chance of having a good outcome. Okay, we've got a Harbinger tree sprout. I don't think I want to run the corpses over there. Ineffective. So where did that leave you? How much? So reinforce it a decent amount. All right. So I'm basically having Apple Lords hunt, not because I actually want any of these things. I'm literally just trying to scatter them away so they stop eating all my crops. But we are going to want to plug this up in some manner or another to keep these creatures from just running in and eating all my stuff. The downside is if I do plug it in, it means whatever raids come in are going to smash through the wall here. But luckily, I have a lot of spare materials. I'm going to leave it alone for now. We'll just live with the fact that they're going to terrorize us. It's fine. Okay. Oh, let's go ahead and accept this. Right. That's you. And then you're going to uninstall it and run away with it. Site Stealer revealed directly on top of you. That is actually kind of crap. Oh, did you finally get over your... he had a thing that's giving a huge... the fibrous mechanites. But unfortunately, he recovered right before this all. Don't shoot past Chaw, please. Alright, and we have our first new guest. I don't know if they'll steal it if we haven't claimed or anything yet. I don't think they will. Let's wait till everyone gets patched up. Where's Shaw? There you are. Okay, someone's already patching you up. That's all I need. I just need to make sure someone is dealing with that. Alright. So we got our Site Stealer hanging out in there. So one thing I want to do is I want to mine that tile out, and eventually I'm going to put a thing where you can detect invisible stuff over here somewhere. Okay, Donkey Duff needs to be patched up here. You're already on it. Good news. Got any clips? Yeah, so Shaw got scratched up pretty bad. So there's a decent chance Shaw's going to get an infection. Because there's a lot of individual injuries. But yeah, if we get the, if we manage to research the thing for the proximity detector early on, I could probably put a proximity detector, like, right up here. And anytime any invisible enemy walks in the map, I'll instantly get the warning. So whether it's a Revenant or whatever, so I have all the time in the world to deal with it. And Donkey Duff's dealing with that. They're literally eating absolutely everything out of here. At this stage, let's de-home zone all of this out here. Like, don't waste time sweeping this up. Okay. Schedule, unrestrict you. Yeah, so Shaw's still hurt. So we're gonna have Donkey Duff go over here and inspect the grav engine, and then snag it and bring it out of here. Okay. Yeah, and we're just grabbing that and bringing it home so no one steals it. Alright. So, the reality is, I can install this here. I can put the grav engine inside our base. That's got fun implications. Double check that. Yeah, no, you can put it under mountain. Okay, so we get to eat both of those, so all the dangerous animals will be sorted. That's fine. Just keep killing absolutely everything. Oh, do I... One second, I'm going to need to go production, crafting spot here. Sort, and shred mechanites do for... or mechs do forever. Okay. So I want them to continue smoothing out the floors and getting these rooms all sorted out, so we get any, more mood bonuses, because we got summer people are kind of on the edge here. That's all good. We'll just keep killing all the local wildlife again and again to protect our crops. Just grinding up those skills and all that. Mad Wild Boar. Okay, nicely done. Okay. We also have those out with components to be grabbed and all that as well. But first, let's get all the Gravlite panels back home and all that nonsense. But it'll be interesting, because I'll be able to go back here, build out an area that's effectively a grav ship. And then once I put it back there, we can go ahead and use it as, like, a source of power and whatever. Which also has a curious thing of, if I put the grav anchor here, and I have it pull out of that area, would it ever be able to return? Which the answer is I have no idea whatsoever. Because this is definitely a map that there's no room to land a grav ship once it gets going on it. But my plan, I think, will be to use the shuttle and, like, to take the shuttle to go grab more Gravlite stuff and all that. Okay. I wonder if I could delete Mountain Roof? No idea. Okay. We're just taking everything apart, hauling it away, basically making sure there's nothing over here of value whatsoever. Having a party for a mood bonus, love to see it. Okay. Just chipping away at that ideology. Cool. This is all going really well out here so far as like they've already got almost all that picked up. But do you think the substructure is blocked from being built under rock roofs? Yeah, we can check. Right now I can't do much with it because we haven't researched it yet. But yeah, we can check to see if we can put the substructure. Like I said before, if we can't do that, I can widen this area up here, plunk it down, put the substructure there, build all the power stuff we need, and just keep it walled off on this side. It's just weird to me that I can put the grav engine underground and it's totally fine with it. Alright, being attacked immediately. They do have Go Juice. They're rocking 2 bolt actions. This is actually getting a little dangerous for us. I feel like this is one we do not go out and meet them. They've got a lot more firepower than I do. I think this is one of those ones that kind of chilling here for a minute. Oh man, they're gonna. How many of them are gonna be on Go Juice? Okay, so Milla is on Go Juice. None of the others are. So the good news, that's one of the bolt actions, so we can probably drop Milla when they get way far ahead of the others. And then that'll put us in a better position. I'm hoping you'll just run right on in. Yeah. Okay, you all get out here. You two go about your day. I'm not gonna catch you. Alright, keep on this. The one that survived. You are a gourmand, whatever. We will patch you up. You're not getting a nice room, though. You're just gonna have to live with whatever I give you. So, furniture. This could be set for prisoners. Build a copy. It's apparently down to 2 of them. And then you can take a bolt action. And you can take a bolt action. Okay, so let's see if we can't manage to deal with this. So I'm going to patch them both up and then release them. Do you happen to have gear I want? Your stuff's in good shape. Your stuff's crap. Unfortunately, it's one of the factions that does not give reputation for anything. Gonna patch them all up. I'm gonna take their stuff. Actually, you know what? I think on principle, we're gonna take all your stuff. And after we've stripped them of all their stuff, we're gonna kick them out. It's the harass us tax. Oh yeah, and I wasn't planning on recruiting either of them. Because there's a misogynist and a gourmand. The plan was to disease infection. Well, we'll get a little bit more practice out of the doctoring then, won't we? Okay, we got all your stuff out, so you can kindly leave. All right. So little by little, we're getting there. Got our sight stealer tucked down here. We probably got enough uranium for another room. Okay, so if we release them, we should get a mood bonus. And the reason we're doing all this is we're a guilty ideology, so thematically it seems to make sense to me that we would go and, you know, like, try, not like rescue, but try to, like, take care of people because, you know, we see ourselves as guilty and yada yada. Alright, so we can get 2 more bedrolls going on in there. Yes, there goes TJ. As long as TJ doesn't go down from hypothermia, which is a very genuine possibility, we should get the mood bonus for releasing a prisoner. Yep, so anyone but you. So if we look here, we get release prisoner plus 2 mood. Unwavering organ donor? Nah. Not what we do here. That said, you are probably going to die, which is going to give me a mood penalty, because you won't be considered guilty anymore. I don't really care that much. Armature tree sprout, I'm surprised we're having more of those right away. Okay. Medical emergency on you. Yeah, you are super dead, but at least you're getting us some medical skill. Alright, that'll probably be the last room I can build before we need more uranium. Everything is awesome. Things are going well. Wait, what? Oh, I selected that. We want to grab you. And rip you is all I gotta say. Okay, so how's that affect our mood? Innocent prisoner died, so we did take a loss on that one. Alright, so we got another attack. Is that impids? Yeah, a group of 4 impids, all with bows. Luxray is still recovering from the last fight. Let's get out here. Because he probably can take advantage of the range benefit of the bolt actions. Maybe knock 1 or 2 on their way in. Because they breathe fire, so we're going to try and not want to have them fight on, you know, inside the base. They'll probably retreat that way so we can potentially use cover. Okay. Alright, so I gotta decide if I'm dropping back into my own base and fighting them along the way there, or if I'm dropping down this way and just trying to do like a rolling retreat. Fall back. So we tagged you pretty good. That's as afraid of. Honest needs rescue on you. Unfortunately, I can't do anything with that yet. Okay, all of you, get out of there, let it burn. It's just stone, so it can't stay burned very long. How are you not downed yet? Okay. How badly hurt are you? Light burns, bruises, you're fine. What about you? You actually have a pretty solid hit, and you have solid hit. Let's run over here, because clearly this person's hurting bad. Pig, I will end you. Okay, someone's already on it, that's all I care. Meanwhile... Oh, I couldn't save you if I wanted to. What are you doing, Shaw? The bigger question is, why are you doing that alone? We're gonna go in here and put out a fire. Let's go put out a fire. I shouldn't be because it's 400 degrees in there. Oh, I didn't have that set. That's fine. Yep, so we got some mild burns and all that. So what we can do here is go furniture and switch you over to slate. Please tend the injured. So Luxray is not tended to because everyone's just ignoring each other's injuries. Despite having 4 different people with doctoring turned on to 1, and everyone else is going to bed. Probably too late now. It's junk clothes anyways. Yeah, because Luxray got it the worst. Most of the others just caught burns A bunch of the pigs ran into my base to eat my food. Of course they did. Okay, so last injured people are getting patched up now. You have a work. So apparently you were so happy you got a thing where you're going to work extra hard while you're badly burned all over your torso. Disease infection on Mohan Rai of all people. Let's go ahead and we're just going to hit that with the glitter. Of the people we have up, so you're the injured one, so you're not going to be doing your own thing. You do have your full stuff, so there's no penalty, so get in there and do that. They're opening up with a really big tend. And as soon as your time's up, we're going to preach health you. Come on. Oh, you're not of our ideology. Because we've been trying to convert you and it hasn't stuck yet. The old installation, we can worry about that later. Could you hold the corpse out of here? Yeah, you're solid. You've got almost over a 20% lead on that thing. And what's your deal? Tortured artist eating raw food. And that's because we cannot get wood to save her life. Oh, your corpse is still back there, isn't it? Cool, food poisoning. That'll help. At least with the raw mushroom, they like the raw mushroom. Research-wise, right, it rolled geothermal. That's not going to happen anytime soon. Also, where's a trade caravan? We had one at the beginning and we haven't had anyone come by in a long time. That's fine. Yeah, so a lot of them are just being, like, observed corpse a bunch of times. That is what it is. Someone has to throw the corpses out. And they're still bringing all that back. And Luxray is still recovering. Luckily, it doesn't look like you're going to get an infection, but... we get into lots of fights and getting hurt a bunch. Right. We still don't have anyone who actually has a passion in growing stuff either. Okay, this needs to stop. There. That's good. I just need you to chase them out. Okay. So that's medicine. But right now, since you can't actually grow the medicine, you're gonna be more fiber corn. Yeah, the downside though is trying to use the pigs for our food source is gonna be a whole thing. Alright, so we're required to help them because of this. I'll go for the goodwill. So the shuttle has crashed right at the entrance of the map where it smashed a boomalope into a bloody pulp. Which is destroyed. It also hit a hare as well. Tantrum. You're just gonna break stuff in your room. I can live with that. You all need to get over here to help, potentially. Okay, so they're both melee. Let's run up here so we hopefully don't friendly fire. Okay, I was pretty amused by that with them closing range just to get Zeus hammered immediately. Starvation on Luxray. I mean, you're having a tantrum. You can sort out yourself. That's not our ideology, so we're going to ignore it. Cool, and we gained some reputation. We got ourselves a free shuttle engine we're going to want later. A couple components and some goodies. Okay, so you're overthrowing a fit. So go grab your Equa again. At least you have a weapon to defend yourself with. Yep, and you're good, and you're about to be good. Okay. So you're getting a little bit of wood. The downside is that fiber core only gives you like 2 or 3 units of wood per segment. They're very laborious, so it is a horrifically slow way of getting wood. You have tons and tons and tons of the mushroom, though. Yeah, I told them to make that into fiber corn as well. Make this into fiber corn, since it's still set to that. Same here. Oh, you're still set to rice, so you'll be fiber corn. Alright, meanwhile, let's check on the ideology. Okay, so we don't have the bench for dyeing ourselves yet. They're getting the floor all smoothed out. We're doing good there. They're continuing to cut all the brick, which is fine. We're using that for different stuff. How are we on uranium? 199? About 5 per section of wall, right? 5 per section of wall, 25 for the door. Yeah, I don't think we have enough uranium to do another room. That's fine. Just continuing to slaughter every animal that hits the map. I'm gonna have to put something like a wall across here somewhere just to keep the animals out. It means it'll get attacked by raiders, but otherwise I'm never gonna get... Well, I mean... So let's see, the wood and the medicine we can make happen easy by just doing the dryad trees. The cotton, not so much. Because the cloth, I believe that's the only source. Now, if we have alpacas show up here at some point, then we can bring them inside here and let them live in this area. Hey, Serverlord, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Oh, it's wedding time. Also go... Party spot. Wedding spot. Just to make sure they do that. So I need the wedding to come to an end. So I can do the trade and get rid of a bunch of stuff. Okay. And then with that, we're gonna trade with you. Alright. So you got 230 bucks, so you please take all of this junk. I don't need. I'll keep the auto pistol. Okay. Now have a go juice. Alpha Thrumbo. I don't even see where we are relative to this. Oh, that's way out there. Unfortunately, I don't have what I would need to take down the Alpha Thrumbo, and I definitely don't have what I need to, as always. Alright, so gifts. You know what you want, man? You want copious amounts of art. And a book that we have heavily read, some drugs. That's what you want. Have some goodies. Let's see, yeah, a bit of a challenge. Your playthrough has 212 colonists, just got hit with your first flesh piece, and metal horror. What do you think the best way to try and find the infected person, seeming you have had that bad luck? For 212 colonists, I would unceremoniously execute about 170 of them, well, probably 180 of them, to get your colony back down to a number that doesn't make your game run like garbage. Because RimWorld is not meant to have more than, like, mid to upper 20s. Now, if you meant to say, like, 21 colonists, ultimately it depends on, like, first of all, like, where did you find the gray flesh? Does that isolate down who could have it? Because sometimes you'll have, like, colonists that just go between one or two places, and if it's not in that place, then you know that one's there. If not that, you can just remove everyone from doctoring and cooking for a little while, and just wait till the next gray flesh shows up, and again, you know, you can just wait for it to show up, because that's kind of one of your things. Like, for example, if I see the gray flesh show up in here, then I know the only people it might be, actually I have everyone it could be, but most likely it'll be Luxray or Shah. If, for example, we see it's back in one of these rooms, then I know it's going to be one of my researchers, maybe someone who cleans, but it's probably going to be Shaw as well. The answer is it's Shaw. That's just the answer. But you get the idea. You try and get to being like, okay, who can I knock off the possibilities? And who is more probable? Yeah, you could definitely do the nutrient paste. Yeah, but definitely the correct answer if you have 212 is to murder most of your colonists. Or push Arco Nexus and say yes. Just gift everything, get allied, and then immediately Arco Nexus and drop back down to 5 just to make it reasonable again. Because for those who don't know, RimWorld definitely starts to get real dodgy once you start getting over 30. Like stuff starts to get wild. Like, I'd say the largest colony I've had without mods is like mid-30s. And that was with, you know, being able to have the kids and all that with biotech. Because under the hood, RimWorld does a lot of stuff to, like, fudge things one way or the other, so far as, like, if you have more than, like, 20 colonists, it starts to actively put pressure to prevent you from getting more colonists. It won't straight up murder your colonists, but it will do stuff like making a lot more people unwaveringly loyal, make it so far fewer people, when you're fighting, get downed without dying and stuff like that. Okay, so we could finally get an actual construction person in here. You want me to do what? Oh, I have to keep their mood over 40%? Yeah, you're out of here. Never mind. I was like, yeah, we could definitely do this. Oh, wait, you need me to keep someone's mood up? Nah, man. We're living in a dark hole that has nothing going for it. You've done 300 pawns over 5 summits. I personally never do the multi-settlements. I find a lot of the stuff like the storytellers start to do some weird stuff when you start getting like multiple summits. Even having the Odyssey ship and a permanent settlement, I find the storytellers start getting really, really flaky with it. Like it doesn't seem to know how to handle wealth and a bunch of stuff cleanly. Plus, I definitely personally find once they start getting over like the teens in number of colonists, I start having less fun, and by the time I'm in the upper 20s, I'm just not enjoying the game anymore. Like it's RimWorld is about being like having like each one of these people, we build up a story, we get to know and all that stuff. When you start getting to the point where it's a row of icons like this, you know, this size, and they're all like this big, I don't care about the individuals anymore. They're utterly irrelevant at that point. Okay, so you've got all that. I don't really need to dig out the next 2 chambers. I'd rather our people just run around and the people we've had mining work on hauling and cleaning and all that. Now we're getting to a normal quality statue. There's a good quality statue. We're moving up there. We're only going to keep the really good ones. I'm mostly doing that as a means of deleting a bunch of stone. It's like a bus dropping a colonist every day. There. That's what we've been waiting on. That's how we get wood. So we're going to do over here. We're going to find where over here or over there I can shove the tree. Because with this, the wood dryads actually produce... That'll work. Okay, so the question then shows up, who do we have actually maintain the tree? Because it's going to be Luxray or Shaw, but that means giving up my researcher for like a fourth of the day or a person who deals with food. Luxray's the one we can afford to have on it more. The Luxray, congratulations, friend. You're going to have your very own Dryad. That does mean we're switching this over to something other than fiber corn, because we don't need the fiber corn, so you'll be cotton. And we're going to choose cast, and you are going to be the wood maker. We aren't ready for heal root, but we'll get that assigned to that. Cotton. We'll do the Psychoid on those. Then go up here and do this. Get Psyche on the list. And just so you've got our Garland tree on its like 2 tiles of land available to it. You need a mod that separates colonies and hides babies and children from your pawn tab. Yeah, I mean, like I said, for me, I'd just much rather have a reasonable sized colony. Like, remember we were doing the full tile challenge, which is the one where, for those who don't know, like, you can't build outside. You see the circle here? I can't build outside of it, but I can build inside of it, or the border here. So the full tile challenge is to build like this entire area being used. And to be clear, you can't just like grow zone the whole thing and be like, you have to be actually meaningfully using it in some capacity. Which does mean you'll just end up having obnoxious wealth and obnoxious number of colonies. Or colonists. But it is an interesting challenge to try and tackle. Be like, okay, I need to make this thing defendable, but also just keep making it bigger. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to change our thing here. Area 1, because I have no reason to go back out there until we do that. If you feel like 200 colonists, you wouldn't even notice the same 2 colonists social fight weekly. The same one gets beaten like 30% health every time. You read all the insults that lead onto it. Yeah, that's the thing. Once you start getting to that scale, you just don't have the bandwidth to like interact with any of them meaningfully. So you like could have a couple named ones you care about, but all the others are literally just fodder. You gotta try for Ship to the Stars finish, where the ship takes up 90% of the tile. Oh man. Like, the wealth would be so high, you'd be talking max raids on all of them. Max point raids, every single one of them. So what Luxray's going to do here is they're going to keep working and keeping that 50%. And that's going to cause Dryads to be born. And those Dryads will get 2 of them up just like every day and a half, other day or whatever. Will ultimately give us, you know, a stack of wood. Or like half a stack of wood. It honestly gets to be a thing that you produce wood so fast that unless you're being really wasteful of it, like really, really wasteful of it, you can't get ahead of it. You can do the same with the herbal medicine Dryads. That genuinely, while most of the Dryads I find pretty worthless, the wood and the medicine Dryads, when you don't have the ability to grow it, are really solid. They are very laborious, though. Okay, so we need a couple more things. So, one thing I'm going to need to do is we did get the psychic thing. I do need a room for doing our psychic shenanigans. Can't you grow the timber shrooms underground? If I get tree sowing. I don't have tree sowing. I also can't remember if they have to have, like, some other thing going on with them. I think you have to put down the fungal thing here and then set them up for tree sowing. Like I said, don't have it. Alright, so let's see here. This is where the things go bump in the night. The problem is we gotta go out and around. That's fine. We'll probably only sally out after stuff in those cases that I really have to. So I'm just trying to decide where I want to make the ritual room. Because normally in the past that I've done this kind of thing, I would put it, like you'd have all these rooms here and I have the ritual room down there, but obviously that's where the water is. Okay. Why does that look crooked? It's not. It also collapsed in the middle. Oh, let's see. Okay, your radius is just big enough. It won't fit in the spaces I've done with these. I would need to make a taller area. I could just tuck it right up here. Let's see. So you are what? Those are 7x7. Shuttle has arrived for the herring, I believe. The herring named Grunge. There's the 7x7. And we eliminate the corners. There's a little ritual room right by the bedrooms and all that. Definitely a good idea. That sucks. Sorry, Heron. You're on your own, man. So you have 2 shotguns. Okay, so we got a little bit of a range advantage to start with. So I think we're going to start with this over here. That'll also potentially give Apple a little bit of cover. And Herring Man, you gotta run. Mad Raccoon. Okay. Animal, you're restricted to the home zone. Just keep on going. Are you on Go Juice? No. Okay. So we got some hits in. I don't think we want to hold here. So let's go here. Fall back. I don't really care about any of those crops at all. Burn them up, man. We can make this work better. How are you doing, by the way? You're fine. So just burn it all. Donkey, get on him. Okay. And you're long gone, so we won't worry about that. We're just gonna let that burn out there. Okay, so meanwhile, how are our injuries? Not bad. So you capture Steven. You. You capture that one. I'll go orders. Allow. Stop trying to sweep while they're actively putting blood all over the ground. Attend to them. Prisoner. So the good news about with this, I believe that is... Ooh, how badly are you? You may not get saved, buddy. I'm gonna do my best. I don't think either of them are getting saved. We're trying. Meanwhile, schedule, unrestrict, Shaw. Cannot load. Because you never haul. Alright, get them on the shuttle. Because that's what it's doing when the raid showed up. What do you know? You managed. Alright, so release that one whenever they're ready. We can release that one whenever they're ready. And that'll give me some more reputation. Major break risk because you're hungry. Disease infection on you. That is very unfortunate for you. It's gonna be real. Your chances of surviving without me having any medicine, not great. You don't have disease. Oh no, you got strong immunity. You're probably okay. Alright. Also, strip them. Strip them. That's my armor now. Yeah, so they burned all those crops, but like I said, I'm not too fussed about that. It would have been nice to keep them, but at the same time, eh. Okay, and convert you again. We'll get you there one day. Disease infection. I was about to say, don't you dare infect right after we got that sorted. It's not going to be too good for you two. Alright, well the chances that you get through this are pretty low. I can't amputate it yet. You'll die from the blood loss. We can let it cook for a minute here. Yeah, we're gonna have to amputate. The question is, how long can I put it off? Because that blood loss is pretty grim in its own right. Alright, I think we just have to go with this. Let's see. Amputate left hand. You can do a transfusion? Yeah, I'm not going to, though. Do we even have the medicine available? You're not getting that medicine, I'm sorry. That's not a thing that's happening, man. You're gonna ride or die on your own situation. I can't amputate without better medicine, and that's what I got for you. I'm like on the last edge of my medicine. Mysterious cargo. And you're willing to give me a book on death rest. I'll do that in a minute. We'll wait till... Oh, are you going to get him out of here? Get off the map. I need you to get off the map before that kills you. I don't think you're getting off the map. I think you're going to get to about here. Oh, never mind, you collapse back. I was going to say, you're going to collapse around there. Well, I did my part. You're definitely not even getting out of here. Anyways, yeah, let's, a cooking book or a death rest book? Alright, mysterious cargo has been delivered, and it is a revenant spine. Give me revenant. And we got our good book. New entity discovered, Revenant. Nice. Granted, Revenant's a little risky with our current equipment. The good news is your containment should be pretty high in here. It's only 108. That's actually not as high as I want it to be. It needs light is what needs to happen. Let's go furniture. And toss a light in there. Not gonna happen anytime soon. And you're almost all better. Luxury's dealing with the farm out there. You get Dryad here in 3 days. Oh. It's complaining that I don't have the, There's still a stone in the way. Okay. Oh, right. I'm also just using a holding spot, not an actual... Not the actual, like, holding platform. The platform would boost it a lot as well. That's fine. Okay, and you're continuing to work on getting your stuff. Go get food. Yeah, innocent prisoner died twice over. Okay, we can go over here. Void Curiosity. We'll deal with that in a minute. Can you smooth that out? Okay. So yeah, Void Curiosity, you want me to do the Void Provocation. We'll get there, I just need to get all the stone out of here. We're just working on it. We can go ahead and collapse that. I don't need that to be that tall. The big thing we're waiting on now is once this starts producing wood, we won't be in nearly as much of a headache. Is the corpse pile close enough to Luxury to keep seeing them? No, we don't see corpse noticed or whatever. Alright. So I've got all that going on. You know, maintain it at 50%. You're planting the cotton and everything, and I'm gonna kind of accept the animals are just gonna feast on it. It's fine for right now. I don't want committing all my effort to hunting them. They don't need the materials, and that's, you know, Applelord doing hunting instead of anything else. Okay. Let's see. Ideology, lectern, plate. What did you do? I mean, you're working on the tree that gives us wood. These and all flooding. Rip crops. That's fine, we don't need those anymore. Are you able to turn the stone floor outside for planting mushrooms there? Yes, but then I would have to put roof over it to prevent it from getting sunlight. So I would probably need to go... Well, actually, no, I take that back. I can't. It has to have the mountain overhead. All the crops that just burnt down? Yep. Them's the breaks. It's fine. Our food comes from here now. So this is just inconvenient and like I'm gonna lose dye and fabric, but I'm not too fussed about any of that. Okay. Yep, so we're slowly getting all of our, oh, sorry, I shouldn't say all of our... We're slowly getting our anomaly research. That Revenant is a bit of a concern with our current setup. Okay. They're working on the research. They're slowly smoothing out the floors and all that to get everything nicer. And they're going to slowly get all this other junk out of here. It's just going to take time. You're thinking once the stone floor was dirt, you could use it for other crops outside? Yeah, and I'm pretty sure if we go to floors and go like this, it doesn't let you unless it's mountain overhead. So let's see if we have a room. Yeah, so like this room's split. So if I try and put it here, it says no, but if I go up here, it says yes. And that's because if we look here, this is a thin roof, and that's mountain overhead. Don't worry about running over here for this anymore. Okay, we do have electricity unlocked, we just don't have something I can use as a source of electricity. Because I can't make chem fuel, we're out of wood, there's nowhere for me to fit wind or solar. So we're just kind of chilling for that for right now. I'm gonna tell them to install this and see if it gives me the option to put the floor around it once we get the research. Gotcha. Yep, so that was what is people were mentioning. I can put this down, but I can't put the flooring here. That's fine. Yeah, so what we could do ultimately with that is just down here, is I could try and build it down here, like, really mashed in there. You're not wrong. Oversized glow light. Cool, Strider. I know you're enjoying the, Medieval Dynasty and all that. Okay, so what are you upset about? Responsible for prisoner's death. Innocent prisoner died. Okay. So you're doing construction and you're real bad at it. So if you do that instead, you can chip in on the research really poorly. Dark visions due to innocent prisoner died. Are these any of these like properly pretty good? Nope. No, they're not. Alright, so we got the Dryad coming. So in 4 days, 5 days, whatever it is, that's going to be spitting out wood like every day and a half. And that'll help a lot. Also, we're lucky with the anomaly stuff. If we look at our anomaly stuff here, if we get entity containment, then the electro harvester, and then a bioferrite generator, that's the route we would want to go for getting our power sorted out. Because then with that, I can go ahead and just shove back here, like, the bioferrite harvest, or the bioferrite power. Probably, I don't know where I put it. I can put it over here. We kind of want it tucked off to the side, though. Like, it could even be like, that's where this hall goes, like, put it over there. I could also put it down by the anomaly stuff. But the bioferrite harvester is a very, very powerful power generation. But you need enough stuff down here to keep it running. The good news is we got a Revenant. The bad news is we got a Revenant. Because we are not kitted to deal with the Revenant properly. I don't have the stun, I don't have the reveal, I don't have the damage. One thing I ought to do, you grab that shotgun, and you grab this shotgun. Those will probably be better damage than your pistols. Yeah, and your passion for melee, that's fine. Okay. Gonna put in our bed in there, so at least when we go take prisoners, they're a little bit better, so they'll be less prone to break out and all that. Okay. It's a bit of a waste of material, but we're going to go ahead and do that. And Mohan Rai has become pregnant. And a tortured artist had a break because they're a tortured artist. Alright. And they're excited and happy about the new pregnancy. Good for you. Put a crib over there. That'll be a new thing to add to the list here. Let's make sure we have baby food for the baby when it happens. Which should be fine. We will have our wood on, like our wood coming in at that point. So that'll be good. Inspired creativity. Okay. So with that, make another statue. Since you're inspired, make us a masterpiece. What the hell do you think you're doing? We have a tortured artist here. They got one thing they do for us. Don't take that from them. Donkey Duff has created a masterwork pew. Okay. The one thing we'll ultimately end up wanting in here as well is the fire. Okay, let's do our conversion ritual again. See if we can't finally get Mohan Rai convinced over. This can backfire, but we should have a pretty good chance. We've got like a nice ritual room now. All this good stuff. And they failed. Cool. At least they're getting lots of levels in social. And increase the cost of winning Twitch, as people do. Yeah, so... Ceremony of the Unworthy. We should also figure out who is going to be... We've got our moral guide, but we're also going to need someone to be our leader. And unfortunately, it's looking like Mohan Rai, who also does not have a passion in social. Cool. You also can't because you're not our ideology yet. We'll wait. Why do I have a bajillion rodents hanging out inside my building? Oh, they're just trying to get out of the water. Okay. And horror crafters. So Donkey Duff and Luxray are my crafters. Unfortunately, that's what we've got right now, dealing with growing stuff and constructing stuff. Let's knock down Luxray's priority on the plant stuff by a notch so that Luxray actually focuses on crafting for a while, because that's actually what they're good at. And we want them to keep cutting brick and all that to slowly get all this junk out of everywhere. Oh wait, I need to keep you... Plant cut needs to stay up, because otherwise you won't keep the tree maintained. And that wood is more important. A mad bluebird? Oh no! I'm pretty sure Luxray is fighting this bluebird before anyone else arrives. Okay, good job. One thing we're going to also do is... You two are set to attack anything that runs up to you, censoring. The kid stats are higher than any of your baseline sellers. Cool. I don't remember the stats in Medieval Dynasty. It makes sense with all the effort you have to put into kids in Medieval Dynasty. It should be like RimWorld in the sense that you have the opportunity to make them way stronger than your starting people. Like, because you've invested so much, they should either have higher skills or higher stats or something to make it worth the while. Otherwise, you just go to town and you just recruit people, and that'd be the way you'd deal with it. Okay. So we got a day and a half till the Dryad pops out and we start getting our wood. Now, one thing I do remember, and I made the mistake, is I've done more than once where I've assigned more than one Dryad to one person. Okay, so... this would basically put smoke over top of here. Yeah, we don't care about that. Alright. A trader is calling from nearby. The mechanoids are hunting him. He's asking you for to signal to them. If you send the signal, the mechanoids will activate a site nearby to harass you. There's a smoke spewer machine that will be belching smoke over the whole region and 5 man-hunting fennec foxes. In addition, there's a cluster of hostile mechanoid structures, and there may be an unknown threat. You basically are just like, what if everything? And flush shaping is kind of cool, but while I don't really care, like, my initial intention was to be like, I'm just going to summon it and ignore it, because yes, there's going to be smoke overhead. Who gives a crap? I'm living in the mountains. It's fine. Oh, right. One thing we've been holding off. And Novice Ceremony. I just realized there's nowhere for the shuttle land, so it's probably going to bug out. Legendary Work has created a legendary statue. Apple Lords create a statue of Luxray casting a fishnet on unseen water. Luxray's face represents one of disgust. The work is shaded in hues of green and orange. In other words, Luxray is like, I do not like fishing. So where's Luxray's bedroom? There you go, Luxray. That way you can look upon yourself regularly as you get a legendary quality statue in your room. I am suddenly realizing there's a problem with this, in that... Okay, I'm sorry, Luxray, I'm taking away your statue of you. So Celine here is very jealous of your statue and is like, I want a legendary statue in my room. So now Celine will be much happier by having Luxray's statue to look at in their bedroom. This is getting weird. It's the principle of it. So we've got a problem here in that I have glitched out this quest. And I ran into this once before, and it wasn't around this. There was a bug for like one patch for a little while, that this ceremony could bug out where it will never show up because it was not an eligible spot for it to arrive, and it won't fail and it won't succeed. Even if I delete it from there, it'll just stay thing. And like, yeah, it'll just stay there forever. So unfortunately, that means Celine will be incapable of fishing that. Well, see, right now it's because it's flooded. Once the flood goes down, I'm actually curious if the flood goes down, if the shuttle will arrive. Because I know they patched to fix a lot of those kind of weird things. Go eat, you're starving. Because I know they patched it to fix a lot of those, because you could get yourself in a soft lock on certain endings and all that because of that. And I was under the impression that it was a little after Odyssey, because there was a bug introduced during Odyssey where a lot of the royalty stuff just broke. But they fixed it pretty quickly after Odyssey dropped. That's not bedroom anymore, so open up that door. Yep, and soon we get our free, we get our, wood supply, and then we can start getting some light in this place. Then we can go over here somewhere to put, like, the proximity detector when we get power, all that. Okay, there's the eclipse done. And it looks like we've got our floors all done. Alright, you were in a daze because you are ravenously hungry. As you are sitting on, might I mention, 7,000 mushrooms, and we do like mushrooms in this colony. So just saying, that is what we call self-inflicted. Okay, we've got cultists. 4 of them. We're just going to have to do without apples, because that's one of the things with the cultists here. Where are you going? Okay, they canceled their skip abduction. Alright. We only had the one bolt action, then we got shotguns, because our other bolt action is unfortunately having a mood break. Just gonna do what damage we can. Which, fortunately, the added bonus about being flooded is it's flooded, and everyone moves real slow. Let's back off. No, I was really hoping you'd tag the one front. Okay. Back off again. I was gonna shoot it. It's fine. So that steel axe is gonna be better than your stuff, and go ahead and get your upgrades. But yeah, no, with this map, we already did the check where you draft. There's a ancient danger down here somewhere, but otherwise, it looks like it's all solid rock back there. Yes. Spit out your wood. And then we'll also get a second dryad here. Same deal. You find yourself nothing else to do, you can cut those down. You always put your jade knife deep in the hidey hole, since it's unique and can't be replaced. I did not realize that. Keep it as a trophy? I've never tried to make knives because I've never had a need to make knives. There we go. We keep the jade knife. Oh, also... Go to you, bills. Actually, we'll leave it at that. The dryad collapsed from exhaustion. Because it couldn't lay down anywhere because it's all water. And you're upset because Apple Lords rebuffed you. Oh yeah, wood. We've got wood. So we get half a stack of wood every 2 days. Okay. And then what'll end up happening is once we get the second dryad, we'll basically get a stack of wood every day, or a stack of wood every 2 days. Are you planning around permanent flooring, or are you planning around permanent flooding? Oh, no. So the flooding has just happened right now. It'll go away. It's an inconvenience. Yep, and that's the corpses over there. And I'm cutting down those trees to try and nudge my wood up. You animals need to get the hell out of my house. Okay. Nice landing on that ship part. Yep, everything is just a mess. And what's your deal? Portrait artist. And recreation unfulfilled. I mean, I've got what's available right now. You can go swimming, you can pray. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I missed the fact that one of my rooms just had a ship part smash through the ceiling. Unworthy Jubilee time. Okay. Oh, right, we started at the altar, that's what I was saying. Alright, let's try this again. Luckily it didn't hit the Revenant. I don't think it could hit here, because this is considered an object there. Well, no, because maybe you could destroy it. Stuff like that a lot of times, if you have, like, permanent buildings, they can't hit the building. Now, granted, they can hit next to it. It was terrible, and everyone had a bad time. And the Dryad spat out some wood. And you have some really aggressive morning sickness. Wait. How did the baby food get eaten? Oh, it's probably someone on a mood break. Oh. Oh no, we're seeing wind go by. I was like, it's glowing. I mean, for right now, I'm down to keep a random ship part inside my building and just have it be there. Yeah, so you cut down all the trees already. Okay, animals, really, very genuinely, get the hell out. Get the hell out. Get the hell out. Get the hell out. I suspect this will run out when we're dealing with all the rest. Then we're going to close that door instead. Well, the downside if I close this door, then it's likely raids won't be able to, like, they might target the Dryad, but likely they won't be able to figure out, like, how to reach something. It'll just start smashing walls. I guess we can also go down here. Orders. They spend enough time in here, it's worth smoothing out the walls. Okay. Because they're only in here while it's flooding, because they can't find any ground to sleep on. Okay, and we're about to get a second Dryad going, which will help with the wood situation a lot. Okay, so what's your containment now? Okay, containment's up to 112. It's not that much better. And there goes the flood finally dropping down. Ancient reactor detected. Cool. Yeah, so we'll see if the Imperial shuttle shows up at some point. Paid Cold Snap, and you're willing to give me the Pride 6 shooter, which has piercing rounds that do 20% armor penetration. And it's for a Cold Snap. Yeah, sure. Give gun. Give. Give shooty bang. Alright. You are going to take yourself a Masterwork revolver. So you now have armor-piercing rounds in your revolver. It's mostly important because, you know, it looked nicer than the gun you had, regardless of actual merit. And therefore, as a pawn who is jealous, it had to be yours. And Luxury is just cutting brick after brick after brick. Just don't show them the jade knife. And this whole room's getting completely full of mushrooms. It does make me think. I kind of like the idea of, on this map, getting the giving the grav ship anchor and seeing if we can make that work. It's gonna have to be a situation where the ship is like, you know, gonna like plug up this spot almost perfectly or something like that. I don't know how we make it work, is the real answer. But I definitely feel like we shove it down here, make it produce power and all that, run the power cables up. The other possibility is where the ancient danger back there might not be considered under mountain. So a river valley shaped ship is a good challenge. Yeah, that's what I think is like go down here and we'll just have like this weird shaped ship that like perfectly, you know, cookie cutters into this spot. Most likely though it'll be one of those ones that once I launch it, it won't be able to come back and actually settle in here anywhere. Let's see, how far can you mine in that lip to the south of your base? Clear some room for the shuttle zone? We could probably make enough room for a shuttle pad. Because if you look at these, you can see you can usually get a couple of tiles, like 4 or 5 tiles in from the edge before it's overhead mountain. So if we consider that, we can go like 4 or 5 in, so you're talking something like not square, it'd be kind of like a cone. Probably more like this area with the bottom left knot there and the top right knot available. So not the worst. Relocate the holding cells and mine out the mountain roof. Monolith study progress. Shaw's had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy, connecting to some distant location. However, he's unsure where it connects to. Shaw's convinced that by studying the anomalous entities, he can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. It now provides more research. That's fine. Just keep doing your research stuff. Because we need to get the entity containment. Dealmaker. Alright, what do you got? You are perfect memory, delicate, beautiful, industrious, max stats. You are absolutely 100% without question welcome to stay. Hey, Flint. Have you ever considered having your name changed to Clint? A stunningly good-looking stranger stands in front of you. His face beams with confidence as he opens his hands in a gesture of fellowship. He says he is here to make a deal, and will help you in exchange for some simple hospitality. This is his purpose, and he always fulfills his purpose. Flint is skilled in everything to an unnatural degree. Regardless of subject, he has mastered it. In addition, he has a work ethic is remarkable. He appears to be the perfect worker. He may be very useful, but you sense there's something he's not telling. Alright, so we brought him on board. You can get a little bit of recreation here. You are not going to doctor. You can do all this. You're not going to cook. Construction. Mining. Actually, you are our grower, construction, mining next. Don't bother with art. We don't want you doing that stuff. Okay. That's fine. Now, we can name Flint after someone. There's a very good chance Flint does not get to stay. They might be dead, they might betray us, they might do a bunch of things. So, Cody Husky, welcome to the colony. If I can get you to stay, then we will keep you. But, you know, this is an RNG kind of situation. But yeah, so you can see, like, surprisingly it has, like, no passions, but just ridiculous stats. But I'm using them to, like, catch up a bunch of our stuff, because we don't actually... Well, no, Donkey Duff does construction. Right, I've got... So you're doing hypothermia on Luxury. Why are you... Why are you down there dying of hypothermia? Okay, so the whole place is too cold. Temperature. Sorry, but you need to get the heck out of my place. There we go. Okay, so with that... Where did you go, Luxray? Oh, you're meditating. That's totally fine. The important thing is I didn't want you running out there. Oh, you still queued up to hunt? Stop it. Okay, so we've got the fire in here. That'll warm things up. And we got our second dryad coming along, which is good. I'm surprised you're trying to plant out there. Well, it's literally freezing temperatures. Is that what I want Cody doing? That's a challenge I'm running into, is like, what do I want Cody Husky assigned to? Because they're good at everything. Actually, not mining, just construction. Construction, then plants and crafting. Because we don't really have other stuff to be crafted right now. So just work on getting this all sorted out. Because we can get all of this cleaned up, that'll be good. Yep, crops are dying of the cold. Work frenzy, that's fine. Right, and we still had geothermal that got queued up on research. Yeah, the problem is Luxray doesn't have good clothes. So it's a little too cold for Luxray outside. But at the same time has to keep pruning the tree to keep the dryads happy. So it's gonna go out there, prune the tree until they're like just too cold, run in, scurry, hug a flame, and then run back out. And we're almost out of stones down there, so at that point Luxray will stop running down there to get stones. And you'll notice we are starting to get a surplus of wood, which is good news. Okay, so one thing we could also work on is right now we've got all this production stuff here. We could actually make a dedicated research room. So leave all that alone for later. Okay, disregard that. We're waiting. Let these people catch up. Because we keep just expanding and expanding and expanding, we're gonna have junk piled up here everywhere forever. So we are getting the dye in here. So some of the things we could do is we could start dyeing the floor to make the rooms not all dark gray. Now, generally speaking, I found in the past making like the walls a brighter color and then just whatever color the floor helps, because at least then you can see the walls. Crumbling mine and Cody Husky. That is a real shame, because there is bumpkus I can do to help you. Draw animals. Okay, so we got bioferret extraction. Now again, we are going to try and help everyone. So Cody Husky is going to be allowed to stay. I can't do anything to their crumbling mine right now. I also don't have anything I can do to like put them in the fridge to keep them from escalating. So what's going to end up happening is that's going to massively penalize everything they can do here. So that a lot of it they won't be able to do anymore. Whatever they're left able to do, That's how they'll contribute. I wonder if you become a ghoul, what happens with Crumbling Mind. I assume it just sticks and you just have a bad ghoul, but... I was just trying to think of, like, what... You know, in the effect that Crumbling Mind goes into full effect, then what we ultimately can do with them. Because once Crumbling Mind, like, while it's in this state, if we use, like, a mech healing serum or unnatural healing or something like that, it'll actually fix it. But once it becomes the more severe version, the only way to get rid of it is to effectively decapitate them and resurrect them. Okay. Only 2 more chunks of rock down there, and then there's no more rock outside of our, outside of the area. Well, Cody, just do as much as you can while your brain is still functional. So you are idle. You don't want that. If you're idle, you might as well be sitting at a research bench. Right, we got a book on Death Rest, which is fine. We don't have anyone to use Death Rest. Okay, Cold Snap is over. So stop putting... Honestly, go ahead and keep putting fire in there. Yeah, conversion ritual is still going to be a while. Yeah, you should be about... Yeah, so we're about to get our second dryad, so wood is going to be completely overstocked. We're going to want to be very wasteful on wood. Hey, Allison! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I know I caught you earlier playing, what was it, Frog Hates Snow. But I hope the rest of your stream went well and all good stuff. For those who don't know Allison Adventure, if we can get a shout out for Allison, I'd appreciate it. Absolutely fantastic content creator, playing some Dave the Diver. Also does like Project Zomboid, RimWorld, all these kind of stuff. Okay, so we need to accept this. We have a small child who is running from 4 man-hunting alligators. So that's the whole thing. But again, thank you again, Alice Adventures. I do appreciate that. Is that a Highmate? Is a Highmate child. Okay. So we've got... Realistically, the problem here is I suspect Bond is about to die. I'm going to try and run over here to help. But I'm suspecting that they're going to get ambushed by the Timberwolf. Nope. Okay, that's fine. That was my big concern. Alright, so we got the alligators on their way. You very much dislike when games do that. Let's see, it blasted your ears. One of the characters had a dream, and it wasn't linked to in-game volume. Oh, no. That is... That, yeah, no, that's definitely no good. Yeah, David the Diver has, like, so many things that it does that's really cool, and then other things that it just does badly. When it comes to accessibility, I mean. And it's really, really frustrating, because it's a really good game otherwise. Alright, so who gets to be our Highmate child in our colony? Which begs lots of concerns. Alright, so it's Canadian... Hussy. Welcome to the colony. Yeah, that's because they're a Highmate. And Highmates, Usually it's an oversight kind of thing, but yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. Alright, so are you... How goes RimWorld? It's going good. We're doing a guilty ideology. And our guilty ideology is based on, you know, like... Oh, we need that door to not be left open, actually. If you could just pop that door again. Yeah, high mates are pacifists, but, they can psychically bond with people and all that stuff. Dang, man. Blew out its heart in one shot. Oh, right, you have armor piercing. So you can get work done with that revolver when you hit. Alright, nicely done. Okay. So the downside is... we're not going to be able to do that good of taking care of the kid. They like lesson learning and all sorts of that kind of stuff. We can't provide any of it. We don't have complex Let me check, make sure I'm not lying. We don't have complex furniture, so you're going to grow up... There's not a second part to that sentence. You're going to grow up. Well's definitely not an operative word we're going to use. You're going to grow up. That's all I'm giving you. That's the bar we're setting right now. But yeah, no, it's going pretty good. We're doing like a full-on diggy hole setup. We've got, this is from geological landforms. This is the water source one that we're doing. So it's like an impassable mountain that a river starts from. We've gone past the worst part, which is like at the beginning, you have very low growth space. This tile's actually not been too terrible on that one. A lot of these, like, this will be your entire map's worth of growth spaces, these like handful of little spots here. But this one's gone relatively okay. The only real pain part has been wood. We got our dryads, which kind of solves that. But the managed to do it a few times. You find raising RimWorld kids tough? Yeah, no, you have to keep them away from danger as much as possible. Like you'll notice if we check on the kid here, I've got them restricted to the home zone, so they're not allowed to go outside. Because the kids in the game, what they'll want to do is they want to do like the nature running and all that kind of stuff. And nature running is effectively going to the very edge of the map and then running around in circles and expecting to be alive the next day, which doesn't usually happen. Let's get one chunk of rock down there. And otherwise, they're continuing to cut brick forever and ever. So you gotta keep nature separated from the children at all costs. We've got a mad lynx. So of the 3 animals on the map, one of them decided that it wants to murder us. Which, you know, I guess fair enough. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And everyone will just keep missing the links. Okay, links handled. Alright. But yeah, so that's our source of wood, which now we're going to have more wood than I know what to do with. But until then, we were struggling. We are going to be keeping things that go bump in the night in the back here. That's kind of the plan, is we're going to slowly build up our menagerie of creepy things. Because right now, power-wise, there's no steam jets, so no geothermal I can do on here. Until recently, I didn't have wood, but now that I think about it, I have access to wood. So let's get some power going in here somewhere. So we should be able to do... trying to decide where I want to shove the generator. We'll tear open a little spot here, and I'll put the wood generator here. And that'll help warm this area of the tunnel up a little bit. Actually, do I want to do it there? I don't want to do it there. Advanced Psychic Rituals. So with that, I have access to no farther advanced ones, just because we haven't run in the encounters. So this will start applying to basic. So it should make our stuff level fast. Yeah, exactly. So Bioferrite Extraction. So we can go to Entity. I would like your Bioferrite, please. If you could let me just remove that from your body. That'd be swell. Yeah, so containment 120. I'm curious if we manually extract this. It makes no difference there, and they gave me 16 Bioferrite. Where do I want to put this power? Because I could tuck it down in one of these areas, and that wouldn't be bad. I could also, for now, just literally shove it in a room. Death Rest, that's fine. Oh, that was from a book. Pirates with an EMI Dynamo. You know that power thing I was just mentioning I was going to worry about? Let's not worry about that anymore. I'm just going to utterly ignore that problem. So I could caravan over there. Yeah, so we didn't get a chance to go up to the Alpha Thrumbo. It was like way down here. So if I were to caravan over there, how long would it take? So that's actually not that bad. It's only saying like a day or so. Okay. So it'd be going against 3 pirates. Yeah, that's Cody. Yep, so Cody here can't do very much anymore. They're a creepy joiner. Interestingly enough, they're still allowed to do art. But they're locked in at 60% consciousness and all that, so they are going to be very punished on whatever they work on. So the good news is I can have them fish. Yeah, so you can warden, you can handle animals, you can hunt, and you can fish. Because if you look at with Crumbling Mind, what that does to their capabilities. No longer skilled labor, no longer can do dumb labor, no longer can do caring, no longer can do intellectual. So they are industrious, perfect memory, and they can use none of it. They're basically an okay-ish combat pawn. The consciousness is pretty bad. Welcome to Team Melee. They can still social, but the problem is their talking is at 60%, so they're bad at it. That's kind of the thing. That consciousness penalty just screws everything. Manipulation's penalized, all that's penalized. So it does kind of ruin them as a pawn in a pretty significant way. But that said, they've got some decent combat skills. The consciousness hurts them. But hey, they can get to the front line and they can hold the front line. Disease, flu. Who is our best doctor these days? You? Oh, I forgot they're delicate. Ah, why are you so terrible? Oh, nope, don't try and start a relationship with them. Okay, how do we deal with this? Because being delicate means they're going to get one hit in the front line, they're going to go down. Possibly just straight up die. Okay, so we definitely don't actually want them frontlining. Go grab that shotgun. That's how you contribute. So you're going to be medium range. The good news is that they'll be able to fish. So whenever we unlock fishing, that's what they do here. They fish and they hunt. Okay, now put him back down to regular medicine. And how's your learning? Oh, actually, you're doing great on learning. Huh. I have no idea how you maxed out your learning in the what we've got to offer here. Okay, cool. So we're getting entity containment. That's an important one. When we get entity containment, what I could do is I can build, delete that. We can build the actual entity containment platform, move the Revenant over there. And then with the Revenant in there, the containment will be much, much higher, so it'll be far less likely to break out like, as often. It'll break out eventually no matter what, but that's part of the whole keeping the things that go bump in the night in the basement. You're just playing a dangerous game. Okay, back to figuring out where we're doing this wood power. Oh, right, we can't. We're under EMI field, so I can't have power anyways. Yeah, so it's 3 enemies. Let's deal with it. Okay, so with dealing with that, we're gonna send Luxray. We're well ahead on our weapons. 1 second. So it was Apple Lords is the 1-6. So Apple Lords isn't going. So the problem is I'd want to send my other doctor, and then we have Apple Lords as well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and hold until either you're over your flu, which shouldn't be too long, or the baby is born. Once one of those two is sorted out, then we're in perfectly good shape. Because if the baby's born, then mom can doctor to deal with the flu. Once the flu's cured, then the person who had the flu can deal with, you know, delivering the baby and whatnot. Okay. Oh, you finished doing the construction of all tiles? Oh, they've already finished. Okay. So they finished smoothing out all the floors of the bedrooms and all that, which has been a long time coming. So start on that room. Okay, that's going to be a whole thing to get that middle area cleared. But keep smoothing. And then we'll start smoothing out the hallways over here. Give ourselves better mobility out here. Okay, so we should... Growth moment on Canadian Husky. Ooh! Ooh! Okay, we have Optimist or Great Memory. All of this is good. Usually Great Memory is the better one you want to have out of this group. Optimist also has a lot of bonuses to it as well. I'm gonna go with Great Memory on this one, though. Considering they joined us and we got no time to try and age them up, I'm not unhappy with that outcome. So you got Great Memory, so now I can go to your work schedule. You can now firefight. And what else do we want you to do in the meantime to just kind of help out around here? I can have you help grow. You can help grow stuff and mine. There's not a whole lot else you can do here right now, because you are only 7 years old. Biologically 7, reality 944. Don't worry about it. It makes sense as long as you completely disregard anything you're reading. The poor kid just wanted a 900-year nap. Sometimes you just need a 900-year nap. People work too hard. So you're just not gonna treat them? Okay, so you're looking pretty good. Okay. So when we get to the point where the flu is sorted, I think our away team's gonna be Luxray. We're gonna bring Cody Husky because, you know, Cody Husky right now, the big thing they're bringing to the table is combat, because that's kind of one of the only things they can do right now. I should definitely bring one of our long-range people. Apple Lords will need to stay to do doctoring. I kind of really don't want to take Shaw because they're a researcher, but I think that's just going to be the reality. I think that's going to be Luxray, Mohan Rai, Cody Husky, and Shaw will be the away team, because they'll bring one more than they're bringing against us. Oh, I probably want to bring Donkey Duff as well. Yeah, we'll bring two more than they're bringing towards us, because it's not the mechs where I can just kind of, you know, walk in, sneak, poke the thing, and run away. When I start poking, they're going to aggro, whether I like it or not, and I'll just have to deal with that. So you're fine here. How are you doing? Yep, you're good there. Oh, good. We got growing high enough we can actually start planting heal root. Okay. We'd really like to get complex furniture so I could put a bunch of shelves in this open area. And how are you doing? Getting close to immune? Yeah, you should be locked in. What about you? Yeah, you're both locked in. Let's go ahead and get this group out. So, form caravan, go this way, return, accept. So we're taking Luxray and Donkey Duff and Shaw and Mohan Rai and Cody Husky. So we're pretty much just leaving behind the pregnant person, one doctor, and a child. That's a little spicy to be gone for almost 3 days. But I don't really get that much of a choice. If I don't bring... I need to bring a little bit more than what we're fighting, because we don't know what we're going to get into. Because we could go over there and get, like, joggers and tough, nimble, and all sorts of stuff. At the same time... Oh, wait, you're slowed. Okay. Does Cody Husky get to stay? You stay. I think you actually slow down the whole group. That's probably more balanced anyways. Alright. Because we're charity, I need to do this. And this is the person we had come by earlier. I'm going to try and drag out the time towards the end, so that hopefully we have the entire group back before that 4 days is up. But per our rules, it's a charity thing. I need to do it. So we're waiting till it gets down to 1 hour. I'm going to immediately accept it. We'll have 4 days, and then we'll get hit with an infestation. We do have a lot of good bottlenecks, and we've got some good melee. The problem is the melee is not here. Okay, so let's go check, because we're going to reform our ideology. Because we just got the points for it. There's an argument to be made for leaning in on the darkness side of things. That's a possibility. Because we can make them fight inside our base and all that. Not inhuman. Not ritual right now. Pain is a virtue. We already have where we like pain. No, food we're in great shape. The other thing we can do is go over here, because usually my rule is I'm allowed to change one thing per time. So I think this time we bring on a mining specialist as a maybe. We could also add a ritual as a possibility, or we could also add a relic as a possibility. If we add desired apparel, I think later on we'll add desired apparel for the cape, but right now we shouldn't do that. I could see adding a drum party ritual. I think it's gonna be the mining specialist, the drum party. Let's add the mining specialist. And I just take that off always because it's obnoxious. Okay, so there's our change. We added a mining specialist as our option. So TJ joined us. Alright. You are a slowpoke who has a chemical interest who is trigger happy. Cool, man, I guess. Okay, what are your combat skills? So you can do melee or that. We definitely don't want a slowpoke who is melee who's slowpoke. I'm really not sitting on very many good ranged weapons. Also, the entrance here. We'll go ahead and make you our third melee pawn for right now. Oh, you're fine. Let's see. So you're not doing the art. You're not smithing. You're definitely not someone we want to do the hunting and that, because you have to walk a lot. You could help with the... Yeah, you can be that. Alright, so we got our third melee pawn here. You are going to be a cook who does construction. You are a slowpoke, which is pretty rough. But we made the rule that I can't deliberately just murder people or whatever. So we are going to just do our best with that. It's also probably good to have the melee one in case of another attack. I at least have someone who can try to hold like stuff back for the ranged people. Meanwhile, how are we doing? So you're immune. You're immune. You're about to pop out a baby like literally any second now. To work on converting people. Yeah, so it looks like it's only going to be about a day-ish there and back. So we should be able, as long as the fight doesn't drag out, be able to get our away team back home in time to deal with the infestation. Now, with all this, the infestation can target anywhere. This is the most likely area for it to target, is these. It could also target this room pretty easily. Alright, so we got entity containment. So let's go here, anomaly. Plunk that in there. And we can get that built, which would be Server Lord. We could then move the Revenant up. And moving the Revenant up there would massively increase its containment value, because right now it's at 112. And we can get that set up, then we have a lot of benefit. Okay, and you're almost on site. Okay, it's only been 12 hours, so we're making good time. Gray flesh. Cody Husky has discovered a strip of fleshy tissue. It resembles human skin, stained gray by tiny metallic particles. It must be sloughed off someone during flesh liquefaction. Someone here may not be what they seem. There are several ways to detect imposters. You can interrogate them, yada yada. So, okay. Immediate suspects. Immediate suspects. Server Lord is an immediate suspect. Don't you dare cook anything. You're good there. Cody Husky, also an immediate suspect, because both of them joined us very, very recently. Yeah, let's do... Well, okay. So we could do the poll, but I think what we should actually be doing is a prediction. So let's go ahead and put up a prediction on who we think done it. So let's start a prediction. Who... Let's see, who... What do we want to do? Who brought us gray flesh? So the first contestant is Server Lord. Second contestant is Cody Husky. Make sure I spelled that correctly. Third contestant is Celine for the win. Then we got Apple Lords. Canadian Hussy. Oh, apparently I can have more than 5. Alright. Lux Ray. Let's see how far this lets me go. Donkey Duff. Mohan Rai. And we are counting if someone got hit and got infected, they would be considered the one bringing it in. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and put that up for, let's say, 10 minutes. That it'll have the poll open, because we're not going to resolve this in the next 10 minutes. Not realistically. Well, that's the thing. We are within a day of the others leaving, so it is possible. Very unlikely, but it is possible. So, let's go ahead, and I will get the prediction going. So start prediction. That's fine. So get your predictions in. We have gray flesh. So information we have. These 5 people are here. Server Lord, Cody Husky, and Canadian Hussy all joined this colony extremely recently. So all 3 of them are definitely highly suspicious. These 2, neither of them joined recently. I don't think they've taken a hit recently, so they're unlikely to be suspicious. Unfortunately, the gray flesh is here directly in the middle of the main hallway, so every single person goes by there. That's not going to give us any useful information, unfortunately. The next thing to consider, so far as people who took melee hits, Luxray and Donkey Duff recently took melee hits from entities. I don't actually know if that's true. They are our melee pawns. If someone got hit, it would be one of them. I don't think they have. These 4 here are very, very unlikely to be it. Those are your long shot, Hail Mary, probably throwing away your points. But that's what you got. So, these are your 5 most likely candidates, with Serverlord, Cody, and Canadian Hussy all being brand new, which does give the thing. Was a crumbling mine the downside? Yes, and I do not know if they stack. So we'll go with that. In the meantime, I'm going to unpause, we're going to get things moving. So you finish up with that, and then we're going to analyze the gray flesh. I'm just waiting for you to finish doing that. Okay, so you start that. We'll worry about the other thing in a minute. Alright, so here's the ones running off. Yeah, so let's see. You don't think the downside stack, but there's nothing stopping him from being infected by someone else. Right, and to be clear, with the prediction, it's who is the first one infected. When we get it finished, it will be like, hey, you know, this person got it from being scratched or brought it with them or whatever. That's the one we're going. And anyone who gets infected by that person is not who we're looking for. It's just the initial infection. Whoever brought it in first or got infected first. Okay, so you are all melee. We do have a sentry gun over here in a really dastardly position. Granted, I could probably get along here and clip the wire. Regardless, step 1 is going to be just getting over there. This is the thing we care about. When I attack it, they're going to come out after me. There should be 4 of them, right? No, 3 of them. Okay, so that's all 3 of them. Wait, who am I missing? Oh, Mohan Rai. Are you poisoned? What's going on here? Oh, I have it backwards. I thought it was Celine was the one. Okay, well, that's great. It's too late to change it now. I thought Celine was the one with the baby. And Mohan Rai was the spouse. I had that backwards. What do you have here? Okay. Go give them their money. Analysis progress. Apple Lords has finished analyzing the gray flesh sample. The sample carried the biosignature Rift Ray K1. Apple Lords has made progress learning the identity of this biosignature in living subjects, but needs more samples to complete the work. Until then, your surgical inspections will not detect Rift Ray K1. Alright. Where is that sentry gun able to reach? Wait. You're just not connected. You're not powered. Alright, well that makes my life easier. Please hit Bowman. Please hit Bowman. Please, there you go. Get that arm. Yeah, there you go. The razor crabs, I mean, you blew the lung out. Nicely done. Okay, before we leave to the map, we need to claim that, run in there, destroy this thing. Meanwhile, Shaw, you go and run down here. Because I guess they just didn't put that in range to... Yeah, we'll claim the turret. That means they don't have to worry about it as a threat at all. So you 3... Well, you 2 start hammering away on that. I don't get why that wasn't powered. Because that power cable goes right there. I'm not complaining, I'm just confused, because that battery has pretty close to a full charge. So uninstall the battery. We will assign you to construction for this purpose. We're taking that with us if we can. We do have to be careful, because I do need to get home in time for the infestation. Okay, so with that, let's check. We have 3 days for them to get home. It's effectively what we're working with. So reform caravan, go home, accept. So we have 1.5 days. Grabbing all the food makes no change. Okay, plate components, we're at 1.6. Batteries, 1.6 is still good. Get the plasteel. We're gonna make plenty of time. It's probably powered because the EMI... Oh, right! That's exactly what's going on. It's unpowered because it's under an EMI dynamo. Yeah, so we should have a full day that we have extra. So that's perfect. Let's get back over here. And how goes the voting in the poll? So right now it's looking like we got a 50-50 vote between Server Lord and Cody Husky, with just a tiny bit of leftover vote that's someone taking the long shot of Canadian Hussy. You still got about 2 minutes, just a little under 2 minutes to get your points in. We are doing a gamba because we've got gray fleshes here, and it's gonna probably be one of these 5. Technically, the whole list is available, but it's probably gonna be Server Lord, Cody Husky, or Canadian Hussy. They all have stuff that would make them eligible as targets. I don't know if RimWorld will or won't target children as the source. It's not a thing I've had to deal with. But yeah, so we're just gonna work on it. Oh, right. When you're done with that, okay. So transfer you up here. Okay, a containment 160, so that bumps it up to 2 years. You think you see kids bring it before? Yeah, it's one of those things. It doesn't feel like one that the devs would like necessarily go out of their way to like keep a focus on or whatever. But also, you know, you never know. Unless it was like straight up in the patch. Oh, don't do that one. I haven't got that room sealed in uranium yet. Alright, inspire trade. Okay. I'm going to take Apple Lords off of... Yeah, so what'll happen is once we get back, Donkey Duff will be our doctor. We'll have the away team deal with doctoring and cooking. Is how we'll approach this. And we'll just assume it's one of these 5. You think babies can't come with it, but children can? Well, normally you don't get an opportunity of getting a baby that could be eligible. Because, I believe enemies won't attack the baby because the baby is considered downed. Wiki doesn't say anything about babies being excluded. Yeah, no, that's always the kind of the trick with a lot of that. So transfer you down there. Okay. So we're going to have all those lit up. And it's going to set up wood power for a while. But I keep stalling because I'm not sure where I want to put it. I don't think I really need... Well, if we're planning on eventually, like, carving this up... Oh, no, never mind. I put the dryad tree there. Yeah, so I'll put, like, the power later on down there. And how are you doing on time? So you're almost here. And you still have 2 days until the insects show up. Like I said, just statistically speaking, that's the most likely target. But honestly, pretty much all of this back here can be hit. The dream would be this room being hit. If this room gets hit, I could just line my people up here. Easy peasy baby game. You basically light up the whole building with wood now? I can, but then I need someone to haul the wood to each and every one of those torches constantly. So that does start to become a little bit of a chore. That's the reason I have, like, my production room and these rooms that, like, we want to have high moods, and then, like, containment. Oh, hold up. You stay in the home zone. I don't need you dying. You should just walk out there and a Timberwolf will grab you. Yeah, so what we're going to do is... I think we get the wood power online. I think for right now we're going to do it like this. I'm going to shove you right there. Okay, caravan's back. Okay, so with the caravan returned, we are going to choose... You can stay on that until that childbirth is done. So for our cook, Mohan Rai was gone. We are assuming Mohan Rai is going to be our safe candidate. Yeah. Mohan Rai is going to be our safe candidate. They will do doctor and cooking. I'm going on the assumption that because they were gone, and they definitely did not take a melee hit from anything remotely recently. Okay, Mohan Rai is in labor. We got a, almost a 90% chance of a good thing. Left one doctor on. Yes, I need to leave them on for right now. Just until Mohan Rai finishes their childbirth. Where is the doctor? Why are you... Oh, they're waiting for you. Okay, we have, Oh, they finally fixed it. It used to be if the person who was pregnant got downed on the way over there, it would cancel the... it would cancel them having the kid, and you'd have to, like, manually kick it back in. Which is just a weird thing to do. Alright, we got ourselves a healthy baby. Congratulations. So we're going to go ahead and bring in our brand new kid. So welcome, first baby of the colony. And that's going to be Burning Sun. That is definitely not going to have any type of negative consequences down the road. Or if they're in labor, pains become light enough that they move and they decide that they're hungry and it just would cancel it. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like, you're having a kid. You don't get to be like, we'll do this later. So feeding, urgent on everyone but mom. Okay, so with that, you are no longer on doctoring as well. Okay, ooh, that's a concern. So the problem we have here is you need to be fed. And you are technically a suspect. Burning Sun's gonna, or not Burning Sun, Donkey Duff's gonna feed you. Because I believe if the person who is infected with the metal horror feeds someone else through doctoring, I think they can spread it that way. I'm not confident in that. I believe you can do it through wardening. I just don't know about the doctoring side. I know surgery will do it. But I'm always not 100% on what exactly are the actions with doctoring that are the infection-spreading things. I believe the baby cannot be infected, just period at all. Okay, so who do we have that's not our... Oh, man, we got so many people who are not our ideology right now. Okay. Ritual. Let's wait till that comes off, and we'll just hope that we get a masterful one. Okay. We're starting to get all that sorted. Let's see how much longer we have. Give me the tooltip. Fine, I'll just wait. Metal horror has to be inspired by the movie The Thing. There's a lot of things that it could potentially be inspired by. It fits a lot of different, different, like, horror tropes and all that. I'll have to move that thing to make this work. Okay, so furniture. Worry about that, so putting lights in a bunch of these rooms. Yeah, let them work on that. There's a bit of Alien too, the way they burst out. Yeah, and that's the thing. It definitely kind of just fits in the being overtaken by something. You know, your friends who aren't who they seem like. It just kind of fits all of those kind of things. Oh, that also makes me think anomaly. Wait, why don't infestation chasing you? So the good news is it seems to have targeted way over here, which is perfect. Go grab your guns! Oh, this is actually... Okay, so we can go over here. You should be shifted over one. Serverlord, get there. The rest of you pile in back here. I'm assuming it's your room. Yeah, so it's Cody's Husky room that is the one that is compromised. So Cody's bed's gonna get destroyed. I'm not too fussed about that. Alright, we're waiting for the first one to poke out that door. Here we go. Okay. Maybe don't bring the baby this way. Alright, so we got them all. So what injuries did we sustain? A couple cuts on the arm and all that. Cut to the eye. But no one in actual serious injuries. And the one person we kept as our doctor is doing fine. Oh, 1 second. Hey. All of you, we have to actually destroy the nest or they'll just start reproducing. The good news is it didn't actually destroy the, we got the egg sacs in here. Those are annoying. You're okay, you're okay. You get in here to destroy that. Meanwhile, you're already tending. That's perfect. That's what I want. A small child. Not the place to be. Okay, all of you scooch over here to the right. Okay, so grab the bed, reinstall it, deconstruct the lights, orders, allow all. Okay. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing tonight and all that good stuff? If we get a shout out for Italics, I'd much appreciate it. You are not doing that. You are tending to people who've been clawed in the face. Close that door. Now we got the infestation dealt with. But how was your stream? All that good stuff. Doing some Terra Invicta. Well, I hope you had fun with the Terra Invicta. Let's do the campaign that never ends. Yeah, no, I'm glad you're enjoying that. But no, I hope that's all going well. For those who don't know Italics, 1 second. We're about to get hit with an ad, so I was snoozing it. We can push that 15 minutes down the road. But, for those who don't know, Italic's absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Highly recommend checking out and all that stuff. Really good times over there. Has played a bunch of these kind of games too, so definitely someone to check out if you're into the content here. You'll probably like it over there. And that means, of course, the inverse is also likely true. If you like the content over there, you probably like it here. Today we're doing a bit of a different one. I don't tend to do the diggy hole style of RimWorld, but we're leaning really hard into that. You did catch us just getting a gray flesh, so Metal Horror Among Us. We do have our most likely candidates of, who was it again? Cody Husky, Canadian Hussy, and Server Lord. Those three are most likely candidates, but we don't have enough information to tell it all. This will be very exciting to you. Yeah, and the worst thing is, so I was very proud of it. Until yesterday, I've done like well over probably 100 Metal Horror events and never once lost to it. Usually most of the time I'd only get like 1 or 2 Metal Horrors up, basically depending on did the person who got the infection become a couple. Otherwise, pretty much never had a problem. You'll notice I said until yesterday. Our stream, like this is a new colony we started today. We did die to Metal Horror yesterday. That I had interrogated the person I suspected of having it a bunch of times, and like, you know what? We've interrogated them for like 5 straight days. They've held up to scrutiny. All the people interrogating them have high social. We're probably good. They were the source of the Metal Horror, and we had them surgically inspect every single one of our colonists, and started to get real sweaty at that point, going, wait a second, you've inspected everyone, and nobody came up with anything. People were still recovering from the anesthetic when we had a pit gate pop up. So we got hit with the first wave, and it was messy, but we made it through. But then, while everyone was still butchered and all that from the pit gate, you know, 4 Metal Horrors popped out in a colony of 9 people. And it was bad. It was real bad. It was a dead colony, is what it was. Because there was no kiting or anything, half the people were still on anesthetic and injured, and they were in the middle of the open when it all popped out. But that's the first we got of it. So we are a guilty ideology. So we are having the requirement of if anyone needs help, we will help them if like at all possible. Like we will make the attempt even if we know it's doomed. And also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator, plays a whole lot of the similar games to what we play here as well, so RimWorld and all that kind of good stuff. So again, if you're enjoying the content here with Italics, you'll probably also enjoy Treacle. He says bad. You say it was pure cinema, so tomato, potato. Yeah, well no, that's the thing. It was definitely content, because it was something that I was like, oh, metal horror's not that bad. Don't worry about it. Like, I've done this like 100 times. It's not a big deal. You just go through here, you take all your people off their doctoring and cooking. Mohan Rai was away when they discovered it, so I'm taking the assumption that they're safe. It's not a safe assumption, by the way. But, you know, we are going with it. They did just have a baby, like, literally seconds ago. It's not a super safe assumption, but that's what we're doing. And we're feeling pretty good. Let's see, RimWorld definitely has a habit of striking when you're a bit too comfortable. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We also got a Revenant way before we were prepared for it, as in I got the spine, and you know, the safe thing would have been to smash that spine immediately before it got us all killed. I didn't do that. Okay, so we've got a raid of pigmen dropping directly into our production room. Please put the kid down. Everyone else pile in back here. This is probably going to be a very messy fight. Oh, I need you... Oh, that is not a good time to get food poisoning. New plan. You are going to step one step forward. Oh, never mind, you're good. You are going to simply hide in the corner. Hey, Pank, thank you so much for the 100 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Also, Pank Rose, another fantastic content creator. A lot of fun stuff. Oh, you need to turn around. You need to turn around. I didn't realize you're outside. Okay, so what do we got here? Grenades, Molotovs, shotguns, knife. Shoot. Okay, so you're going to throw that grenade at us. I'm going to go on the assumption if we run really fast over here, we can bait the grenade. I am not right. Go over here. Run, 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 run. Okay, we're fine. Shotgun, go here. Armor piercing... Oh, actually, armor piercing gun, go middle. Shotgun, go there. I don't know if you're safe from there. Okay, so they're trashing all of our bench. They also knocked a chunk out of the roof. So you got a shotgun there. The Molotov's the one I'm kind of worried the most about. Can I close in on them faster than they can be... What is your melee? Your melee's real high. Okay, so we definitely don't want to close on this dude, because this dude is going to stab us into the grave. Alright. So let's go and scooch over here. Get our shotguns moved up. We got our armor-piercing revolver that I really don't know where I'm positioning you. Go here. Server Lord, get down here to be ready. What am I missing? We got you... Yeah, you're moving over there. You're moving over here. We got our 2 bolt actions. Right. The 1 bolt action is outside. So we'll have you just... Honestly, you two just move up a little bit. We're just going to let them trash this place. Oh, they are moving up as we're advancing. That is not... Nice. Luckily... Oh... Okay, that helps. That helps that it was basically a 90-year-old person rolling up on me. Okay, well, in that case, grab all of you, chuck you down here. Except you, don't open that door. So melee, jump on them. Don't hit this guy. This guy's scary. The rest of you shoot that guy in his everything. You just... Okay, we're good. So let's kind of do our assessment of how things went. Donkey Duff here is injured from the... no new injuries. So we sacrificed a lot of our production room, but no one got hurt. Oh, hey. Well, you go ahead and... Oh, I don't have one of these set to be a prison cell, do I? Da-da-da-da. Oh. At some point... Yep. For prisoners, you capture that person. Because we are a guilty ideology, we're going to help anywhere we can. So they did destroy one of our research benches, which was redundant, and our art table, and our stone cane tables. So luckily, easy to manage stuff. And Donkey Duff was the only injury. Oh, sorry, Donkey Duff's still injured from the bugs. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna actually ask to maybe not have war trivia, just because people get really weird about, like, you know, when you start talking about like this group's, you know, one or another, that people be like, oh, the American Abrams was such a much better tank, and people get weird. People get hyper nationalist. So I'm gonna actually put a kibosh on that trivia. I honestly, like, low-key, I honestly actually don't really like military talk. I'm not anti-military or whatever, but it is just one of those things that people get weird about. And they post state secrets on War Thunder forums? Uh-huh. Okay, so you need to eat. Prisoner, you will release this person, because I definitely don't want to keep them. But, like, yeah, not trying to spoil the fun. It's just, you've probably noticed by now, Strider, whenever people start going, it's like, well, this gun, they want to talk about all sorts of statistics that kind of... Not that I shut it down, but it's definitely, like, a conversation that doesn't interest me, and I've tried to gently be like, hey, you know, people getting, like, super duper sweaty about gun talk. It's like, hey, you know, I don't have problems with guns or whatever. It's just not a thing that interests me much. Alright, so we're gonna make statues, not forever. Do until you have 10, and clear all this. Only stones, because I got more stone than I know what to do with. Alright, so please eat something. Who is cooking? Ah. Mom is cooking, who currently has food poisoning and minor malnutrition. That's cool. That'll help us out. And normally I'd want other people cooking as well, but we are dealing with a metal horror situation, and the biggest way to contain the metal horror is to simply minimize the number of cooks and doctors. And luckily, because we are a tunneler ideology at this stage, we start as guilty and then added tunneler. We can eat raw mushrooms and be perfectly happy. We'll just get lots of food poisoning. Oh, and the other thing I'm running into is half this colony is on different ideologies because we don't have good social on our moral guide. And we're just not getting a chance to deal with that. So when everyone wakes up in the morning, we're going to go deal with that. How are you doing? You need to be fed. So wake up. Deal with the prisoner. Oh, that's right. That's fine. Cody, go feed the prisoner. That was one of the talks I went to while I was at TwitchCon. It was a bunch of people who were like big into war history and all that. And that was actually one of the big things they brought up was just like, you know, you'd run into people who'd want to talk about certain specific weapons or whatever, and you kind of had to like quickly steer it away from that because, you know, it was a lot of times people would get weird about things. It's the unfortunate reality of, you know, people are proud of where they come from and all that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, sometimes they could just suck the entire conversation into just wanting to, you know, play up where they're from. And, like, whatever. Even that, like, you'll have people, like, get super obsessed about one thing or another. It's tricky. It's one thing that kind of makes me happy that I'm not particularly into a lot of the, like, games that try to be, you know, super realistic about this war or that war, or this weapon or that weapon. Because then I just don't have to deal with that much. Alright, if we get more uranium, we can get more of these containment rooms made. But in the meanwhile, we are also running the no starting research. So if you look at it, we are technically a tribal start, yet I do not have pemmican or tree sowing because I started with nothing. And then we also have the semi-random research. So if you look at it, I got this whole screen. If I were to say, hey, you know it'd be really nice? It'd be really nice if we had machining. I can't click on the button, it doesn't do anything. Instead, it will just randomly choose. And unfortunately, we got geothermal as like the second one, which most of the time is not that bad. Except because we're playing this like wild mod map or whatever, there's no geothermal on here. Because it's just this little narrow area that keeps flooding and killing all the crops. So, power is proving to be a problem. We only recently got to the point where we could get wood on like any reliability so I could put in a wood-fired generator. The plan long-term for power is probably going to be bioferrite. We're going to get lots of things that go bump and night. Oh, we also had a ship part crash through the roof of our containment because this is not mountain there. So we did actually have our... I've left it in there because it's kind of amusing to me that inside our building we have a ship part that crashed down. Alright, so we do have... The Muffalo have gotten mad. And Luxray is going to have a really bad day. Maybe if you're lucky and you cut across that water fast enough, you might be able to get there before you get swarmed by a bunch of Muffalo. Why are you fighting me? There you go. But, gonna be real. I'm expecting this is about to be a really rough time. Run! Run, you fool! He's gonna get caught. Keep going. You're almost in the clear. Whoa. And you lost your leg. Oh, where the mech cluster is going to go? In a lot of cases, they won't necessarily show up. Some events get very easy on this type of tile set. Some events become very, very challenging on this tile set. Like, any encounter that you'll tend to kite the encounter, there ain't nowhere to kite. Alright, so meanwhile, Luxray, you get to, get a new leg. And by that, I mean we're gonna smash a piece of wood on you. And what I mean by that is I'm not gonna do that right now, and you're just going to deal with that. Close that door so we don't let all the outside critters in to eat my food. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, we still are... Cool, we can have an eclipse with our solar flare, that's fine. Okay, so where did your axe go? If I have to search, I have to search. There you go. Yes, unfortunately, you did lose your leg. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. If for example, Mohan Rai here is the one who with the metal horror, if I do that surgery on Luxray, regardless of it's successful or not, there is a chance that we get a second person with metal horror. So Applords has made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects to the space-time of the void, a dimension hidden behind the substructure of space-time itself. Some powerful mind of the void is leaking influence into our reality. Applords wants to study the monolith further to learn more. Yay! Now we can clear the junk out of here. I plan on doing the void provocation to accelerate the anomaly stuff. But in order to do that, I'm going to need more stuff. Alright, so Cody Husky is idle. Right, because Cody Husky was a creepy joiner who unfortunately got crumbling mind. And since we are making it the rule they have to try and help everyone, we're not banishing them or anything like that. So we are just dealing. Okay, so begin conversion. We're going to try and convert Mohan Rai. We're just desperately trying to get people converted over to our ideology. Because, like, we got our initial 5, and people keep joining, but our social skills suck. So we're really struggling to convert people. Alright, effective. So at least this time we had a positive outcome. Because we've had, like, three ineffectives back-to-back. Mech Hive Signal. Well, we don't care about that. Mech Hive Signal was, when we get enough stuff for the grav ship, we can go and defeat the mechs forever. Which, ideally I'd like to do. But we're not going to be there yet. Okay, so deconstruct that, and then you are back with the colonists. Alright, so one other thing we should probably get going is we should probably get our prison set up. Okay, we apparently have more Muffalos have decided to go berserk. You had one crumbling mind plus death refusal, spent years trying to botch the brain surgery to get her to resurrect with a new one. I believe you can kill them and extract their skull. And then do the death refusal. I believe you can do that. Alright, let's butcher these, because that's a lot of hide and all that we can get. Yeah, you didn't think to extract her skull, you're worried she'd stand up too fast? Yeah, no, that's fair. You could also make her a ritual victim again and again. Because it just keeps damaging their brain. And I believe at 10 you'd destroy the brain. I actually wonder what happens to that with Crumbling Mind, if that stack can kill the person before it zeroes out. There's so many corpses piling up over there. Okay, so checking our schedule. They've got our child restricted in here. They're maxed out on that stuff, so that's good. So they can hopefully age up well. Because that was for a quest that someone asked for help. So we got a high mate who's got great memory now. Low psychic drone, that's gonna help. I say sarcastically. Alright. I also have a Timberwolf sitting right at the door. So let's run back out here real quick. Grab all our guns. Because otherwise I'm going to look away and that Timberwolf's going to hunt someone. Royal Tribute Collector. Who can run fast? Shaw can run fast. Oh, never mind. They're all scattered. Never mind. I was going to go, if the Boomalope were all grouped up, I was going to trigger the Boomalope to attack them. And then, you know, just collect the leavings at the end, but sadly they're scattered, so I couldn't, there's no way to aggro them all. It's fine. They can chill. Alright. So hopefully pretty soon we'll see Gray Flesh again. And then if we're lucky, it'll be in someone's bedroom. Because if it's someone's bedroom, that'll make it way easier to narrow down who we have to worry about. If it's anywhere in this middle area here, then there's, like, I mean, anywhere in this, like, entire area here, there's just no identifying who it is. If it's down here, that also works relatively well. Because depending on exactly where it is, we might be able to narrow it down to one of our researchers and such. But until the next Gray Flesh happens, we're just kind of on a holding pattern. Alright. Oh, and also, sorry about, let me circle back. Where the mech cluster is going to go. So the mech clusters, there is room for them to land in this area. You can have it where stuff just doesn't work. Like, for example, we have accepted the ceremony for getting our Empire rank. Unfortunately, because this river floods and I accepted it while it was flooded, there was nowhere for the shuttle to land. And so it just didn't. And now that quest will never go away. Let's see. You're new here. What's going on? So we're doing RimWorld. Pretty much the idea is it is a colony builder that we are working on trying to build things up. Oh, cool. Money. But, we're doing a very, like, dwarf-themed one. But we do have an ideology called guilty, which basically means anytime someone shows up and goes, help me, if I say no, our people get really whiny about it. So we are helping everyone as, like, a requirement for the run. Anyone who asks for help, we will help them. Anything that's considered charitable, we will do it. If at all possible. Doesn't even matter if, like, it would be dooming ourselves to try and attempt it. We will still make the effort. So if we're already, like, beating the crap out of it and someone says, help, I'm running from scary things, and it goes, okay, you're going to be dealing with, like, a 3x fight. Would the Mushroom Queen approve of this? I mean, we are eating mushrooms, so I do think the Mushroom Queen would approve. It's not the tactic the Mushroom Queen would take. The Mushroom Queen would be more aggressive in it. But, you know, there is merit to the diplomacy angle. You're playing with mods? The only mods I've got is this map is technically a modded. This is the geological landforms, has all sorts of custom maps. So this is the water source map on mountains. And then the other ones I have is I have a mod where I start with no research at all. So you'll notice we are a tribal start, yet I do not have pemmican or tree sowing because I didn't start with those, and these are the ones we've actually had happen. And I've got the semi-random research, which basically means I don't get to choose my research. It is assigned randomly of what are things that I could have chosen. And we just have to endure that. So we will run into situations like, to give you an idea, the worst I've ever had for the random research. Did you get geothermal again? Yes, I did. Which is funny, because normally I want geothermal, but two runs back to back, I don't want geothermal, and it popped up right away. But the worst I've ever had is I didn't have complex clothing, and I had almost all of this filled into Starflight Basics. So I didn't get over here, but I was getting to that point. And I was only missing like 2 or 3 in all of this. And I didn't have complex clothing. Granted, I did have nice clothes, but that's because I had lots of opportunity to trade and or collect them off of, you know, various people who attacked me and whatnot. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I also really like the semi-random research because it forces you to play different. I historically really slept on Penioxylin. Penioxylin's amazing, and very genuinely, you should consider taking it every single run. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, that is this one right here. What Penioxylin does is it makes you straight up immune to malaria, sleeping sickness, and plague as long as you take a dose once every, like, 5 days. By the way, you're in the ads. Has there been more Grey Flesh? Not yet. The time between the Grey Flesh instances is pretty long. And now you're on the map, no water wheel. To be fair, the only place I could put a water wheel is there's a spot here I could fit a water wheel. There's a spot there I could fit a water wheel. This is the edge of the map, so I wouldn't do it anyways. This is all too crooked to really make it work. That's all too crooked to make it work. That's too narrow. So I've really only got one spot here and one spot there that would really be workable for water wheel. But considering all my attacks come from here and go in, it would just be asking for it to be destroyed. So even if I want to do this, there's no room. So that's going to be a bust. Alright, second instance of Grey Flesh. Out here. Okay. Let's take consideration on who we have. So, the Grey Flesh, the first one happened here. No information, everybody goes through there. This one is out in the distance. We don't cut any trees or do anything over here. We're not hunting. What are you doing, by the way? You're hauling the dead raccoon that I just assigned for you to do. So someone had to come out here for some reason. Our primary suspects are Server Lord. It was Server Lord, Cody Husky, and Canadian Hussy. Canadian Hussy, clear. It is not Canadian Hussy. They've not been out here. So that leaves Server Lord and Cody Husky. Cody also has... Well, I don't think we've assigned anything to be hunted in a long time. And then Server Lord, what is your deal? You haul, clean, and construct. Unfortunately, I don't think this helps us analyze it. I mean, that's not true. We know Canadian Hussy is not it. How long a delay is there before you see the flesh since they walked by? I believe you can see it almost instantaneously. I could be wrong on that one. But the person who spots it, sometimes they'll self-report, sometimes they won't. So we're not meditating at the tree. I don't have a spot there. None of this is set to clean. We don't have anything set to cut. You only started walking over there. Was it a self-report by Apple Lords? Apple Lords is on the possible list. While analyzing the Grey Flesh sample, Apple Lords finally isolated the bio-signature. The signature emerges from fusing human tissue with metallic bioferrite filaments, which spider through the flesh and take control of the nervous system. You can now use surgical inspection. Okay. So, didn't someone go over to get there to the Royal Tribute stuff? I didn't give anything to the Royal Tribute. We walked out here with the intention of shooting the Boomalope, but we didn't give anything to the Royal Tribute people, because they would only want gold or slaves, and I don't have either. And it was way over here. I feel fairly confident it isn't Mohan Rai, because Mohan Rai, they gifted cash. You're right. So Mohan Rai is probably fine, because you would be busy cooking. you wouldn't have the time to go haul anything. You've been backlogged on cooking for a very long time. And you were away when everything kicked off. So let's start working through our candidates. I'm going to make our first contestant Cody Husky, because you are one of our primary suspects. Well, actually, it's fine. We're just going to work through the numbers. And I'll go to health. I'll switch to this. Alright, so don't grab Mohan Rai or Cody Husky, but grab everyone else. Because with this, everyone spectates. That way, if we're correct, everyone's there to shoot the living crap out of the metal horror the moment it pops out. Yeah, it's fine. Let them scooch up closer. It's a really nice stream, but personally not enough dwarf action for you. Okay. I mean, we've been expanding the dwarf thing, we just don't have a reason to expand more until we have more people. And... Alright, so no sign of problems, and this time we're going to learn from our mistake last time, and we are not going to sit there and just queue up and do one after the other after the other. So I can give Cody Husky a chance to get back on their feet, ready to do stuff, and then we'll do another contestant the next one. So the next highest contestant would be Server Lord, because that was a person who arrived right around the time the Gray Flesh showed up, which makes it very high odds. I didn't, change your zoning. Yeah, so Canadian Hussy is the only one we know for a fact is safe, because she has not been over where the Gray Flesh at all, because she is restricted to stay in here and has not had a mental break. So we know with confidence... Oh, there. You also got, well, you haven't lost it yet. And the reason I say that is it's entirely possible that, well, actually, no, because if Mohan Rai was the infected one, yeah, so most likely Cody Husky was, or Cody Husky, I'm mixing names together, was in the clear now. Now, if I go and I do surgery on Server Lord and we come up empty, that's when I'm going to start sweating. Because that'll be our 3 primary candidates. All there. Okay, so you're back up. You're still under anesthetic for a little while, but that's okay. Alright, Server Lord. Let's get you to bed. You did mark some soil down the river as home area when you did crops. Did you remove that home area? Yeah, no, I removed that home. Oh. I still think we're probably fine with you. Because there would still be no... Oh, you might have nature ran over there. Oh, Okay, so Canadian Hussy is not in the clear. Probably fine, but there is a possibility. Were you not? Wait, where are you going? I see you trying to get out of your inspection. Medical. Go to bed. Operate. Come on. That means we'll do Canadian next if this one is. Alright. Not like this. Okay. Apple Lord self-report feels sus. Yeah, no, that's a possibility. It could be Apple Lord. The next contestants, we are going to check Canadian Hussy just in case that because we had a home zone we missed over there, just in case she ran over here to clean and then ran back when I wasn't looking. Which is probably a good thing. Probably a good thing. Now, to be clear, there are possibilities that I've made a mistake on the infection. At least once you've tested Canadian Hussy, you can immediately check Apple Lords after, since Canadian Hussy isn't needed for fighting. Yes. Yeah, so just gonna give Server Lord a chance to get back up and going. It is interesting how different these all affect people. Alright, so let's get everyone a minute. Let them sleep, let them recover, get all their stuff sorted. Then, next contestant. Yeah, I'm also guessing that they probably could have gone over here and nature ran. Because I was making the comments like, how on earth are you keeping your learning that high when I don't have hardly half of the things you need to keep your learning up? But, you know. Food binge on X-Ray because you were drowsy. And you were rebuffed in when you started hitting on other people. Okay, we don't really need Luxray for this one. So health, add, do this, operations, surgical inspection. You, jump on that immediately. And all the rest of you. We better get this because we're getting low on medicine. Hey, it was Canadian Hussy, is that correct? Implanted before arrival. Someone is getting some serious points. Let me go ahead and see, because we need to do the payout for Canadian Hussy being it. So I guess we have to do the, it's been a while since I've done a prediction. I need to make sure I do it. Alright. So choose the outcome. Canadian Hussy. Complete prediction. Let's see, answer the question from the back when you started. Yep, kids can arrive infected, yeah. And there's the payout for Canadian Hussy. So, who just got themselves a whole lot of points? Someone just got a whole lot of points. Alright. So, Ren Golan and two others getting 441,000 points. Nice, because they only had 8% of people voted for it. We had 51 people thought it was Server Lord, 51% thought it was Server Lord, 41% thought it was Cody Husky, and 8% thought it was Cody Husky. Nice. Nicely done. Alright, so let's go ahead and have you back off immediately. Seriously, take it down, man. Oh, do I want to keep you? I mean, I guess thematically I'm supposed to. Alright, so let's get everyone back on their doctor rolls and all that. Did it even have a second cook person? I guess it's just Mohan Rai the whole time. I think Donkey Duff was helping, but their abilities on it have decayed since I took him off it. Alright, so with that, capture the metal horror. Probably not the right call. So meanwhile, you need... Oh man, when it popped out, it took your arm off. That sucks. What about the other two? You all have some real bad cuts on you. Yeah, to be fair, there wasn't a reality where she could infect anyone else. Entity, maintain only. I do not want you going in there. That's not true. There's no reason. Okay, I am gonna have to go there when we get the extraction like machine built in there. Then we don't want them to go in there. How long between attempts to break out? Never. But that's because you're seriously injured. Is something holding Revenant's door open to reduce an... Oh, there's nothing holding the door open. Okay, so you're oh, you're still using too good a mess. It's fine. So Server Lord, what about you? So you're... Where are you going? You're bleeding everywhere. Medical, go to bed immediately. You are already being dealt with. We're gonna lock the door open on the way by, so that way Mohan Rai can go right in here. Oh my god, get there. You're gonna bleed out before you get to place. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Okay. So everyone's all patched up and ready to rock and roll. Okay, so everyone's all patched up. So as long as we don't get an infection, we should be in the clear. So double checking, we got our people reassigned to doctor. You suck at it, so everyone else is reassigned to doctor. Cook-wise, I guess it was literally just Mohan Rai. I thought I had a second cook. Are you just really bad at plants? Is that what's going on? I mean, you're okay at plants. Alright, so progress is being made. That's good news. And they're getting the bioferrite out. Ooh, actually, do we have long blades? I think we actually had long blades, didn't we? No. That said, I have been snoozing on the fact that we can go ahead and get helmets made. Alright. Oh, that's gross, Treacle. Yeah, the heat's no fun. Yup. Meanwhile, we need to stay on top of this. Okay, so looking at our list of people, who do we have? I wish we could have an easier way of seeing. So you're mostly full. You're mostly full. Yeah, so Server Lord and them are pretty close. We already just did the conversion thing, so it's just going to be kind of just continuing to hammer away at Mohan Rai. Eventually we'll get enough social to hopefully get that sorted. Because everyone likes, everyone's like Celine and all that. But their social skill is just really crap. If we're lucky, we can get someone with some social skill coming in here. Ironically, what might end up happening is when Canadian Hussy becomes older, we might then make them our moral guide so they're actually able to get anything done. But that requires getting that far. And where normally I tend to have these ideologies that have prolicizer because I'm doing like naked brutality or small runs or whatever. So I need it to like slowly chip away at people. We don't have it this time. So it's one of those things like prolicizer, it'll just take care of itself. You just kind of wait. Okay. Alright, more ship parts. If something's there with 4 of those hitting in the same spot, it's going to kill it. Okay. I am seeing a lot of them all chip down as I made that comment. Oh, also, once you're healed up, let's get you a peg leg. And hopefully we can get a delay and all that. Yeah, we got all the chunks of rock out of here, too. Oh, wait, what? Oh, right, the animal sleeping spot I put there. Because we had a blue heron at one point for a quest. I put it way back there to keep it from getting out where it get killed. And it almost did get killed because carrying it, the shuttle was over here. And we got to about there and a rate of like 8 or 10 people showed up. And I had to like turn around and just hope it ran on its own. Hunted by a polar bear. For unknown reasons, a polar bear is being targeted by orbiting mechanoid swarm. The mechanoid cluster will deploy nearby. 2 Janissars will be put under your control. It'll be for 5 days. Sure. Schedule. Recreation for all of you. Restrict everyone to Area 1. And then animals. Oh, do you see we're getting a new hype train? I did. Like, there's a new variation of, like, almost the, you know, golden kappa kind of things that they've been doing that stuff. I don't think that's a bad idea. Like, I know some people are like, oh, it's kind of cringy or whatever. It's like, it's a thing. It's fine. Like, you can just choose to not participate if it bothers you. It's at least something versus doing nothing. If you did it for longer, yeah. No, it'd be nice to have, like, I mean, I guess the permanent unlocks are just your regular emotes, and it's just, yeah, like the gold mode. Yeah, no, I think it'd be good if they offered them for, like, a week or something. I personally am pretty indifferent about it, but it's at least something. So I'm wondering if the mechs are going to target over here, or they're just going to fail to arrive. It's just some goodwill, so I don't really care that. Let's see, so you heard a rumor that the Golden Kappa train was triggered if the person who started its Twitch birthday was that day? Interesting. I don't know if that's, like, I haven't heard anything to confirm there or whatever, but it'd be interesting nonetheless. Alright, so we're getting Biofairy Shaper. See, 100% coincidentally, it is your birthday today. Well, happy Twitch birthday for you. You agree, it's something better than nothing, but it keeps interesting, but it feels kind of low effort. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you, Treacle, for the 100 bits, and happy Twitch birthday to you indeed. But yeah, thanks, Treacle, I really do appreciate it. Again, Treacle's fantastic. Now all I have to do is have a second person drop something to see if the theory is true. That, you know, about, like, if the person who initiates it does anything. I would be dubious if that's a thing, but I'm down to see it tested. You know, because it pays me. I might have potentially an ulterior motive. Now has been paying attention to how to trigger. Has Trigger been paying attention? Yeah, no, there's the thing where you can be, like, more active in chat to kick it off. I don't have, at least I don't think I have that turned on. I'm pretty sure I turned it off. And thank you, Treacle, for hopping over to your bot account to drop another 100 biddies to test the theory, and yeah, it didn't trigger. I'm assuming it's just like an RNG, like 1 in whatever the number is chance that, you know, it happens. But hey, I'm not going to complain about 200 biddies. I really appreciate the support and all that. And we did a science. But what time zone? Oh no. Do we factor in time zones in this consideration? And thank you, Shipley, for the 123 biddies. I do appreciate that as well. Toss some more biddies on the pile. Because genuinely that all helps make it so I can keep doing this. Alright. Right now we're just kind of keeping things moving to get the research. We don't actually have that much research. We do have the one good researcher who's going as hard as they can. Everyone else who is able, has on their list. Alright. Yeah, so we have another day and a quarter until the shuttle arrives. So that we can take the polar bear and send on its way for a tiny bit of reputation. Now, if we find out that, like, the mech clusters just won't show up, I won't abuse that, and we won't just choose, like, quest after quest that's, like, mech clusters seeing it as free loot. Because my luck would be, I'd be like, yeah, I can't show up, and just kind of keep doing that, and then get screwed. The user gives 100 biddies. Same user gives a sub as an anonymous. Starts the hype train. If you have 3 activities, wait for a Twitch bonus event. User gives 100 biddies. Anonymous gifts 5. Twitch gives the anonymous and not things. The Twitch birthdays legit change what day it shows based on the current viewer's time zone. Gotcha. Interesting. Yep, you're feeding the baby. Mech Relay, we'll definitely want to do that. Like, once we get shuttles, I'm going to be going after a bunch of those things. Oh, we're running out of stuff for them to eat. Do you want to die? Do you want to die, Muffalo? Gonna eat my crops. Maybe don't stand right there. That's the crop tax. Because technically Treaclebot started the hype train. This is fair as well. And again, thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. You know, we got the hype train going, all that stuff. I do appreciate the science and the beaties and all the support and all that good stuff. It means a heck of a lot. You got multiple people. Cody Husky is going to be idle a lot because Crumbling Mine has heavily limited what they can do here. But they're going to try their best. If we're all streams for another hour, you'll try again. I mean, I do go for almost exactly 1 more hour typically. And you never know when it'll go long. Desperately trying to get them converted. I should probably change over to trying to convert Canadian Hussy. As a child, they're easier to convert. And then if they, you know, age up, they have like social as a passion, which would go a long way for being able to convert people faster. The words for Reacher, that you just haven't binged all 3 seasons or anything. Details matter. Yes, details do matter. Okay. We are going to be murdering the wildlife. We are at stage. They're eating my crops. You 3 just get out of here. You're not needed. Okay. There. The local wildlife has been reminded its place. Its place is not eating my crop. I spared one of you. Just one of you. Did you put out the fire? Okay. Okay, cool. And de-home zone that because I don't need you sweeping the dirt. Alright, well. And just another army of Muffalo. What I need to do is I need to actually build a thing around here. Not as an actual defensive line, but a keep the animals out line. I've been trying to hold out because I'd rather wait until we have the heavy foundations. That's fine. How much longer do we have? I shouldn't have been running out there with this going on. So shuttle in 2 days. Okay. We're continuing to get all the walls smoothed out and all that. Okay. And that's the last of the area we haven't already smoothed out the walls to. Oh. Cold snap, we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, we've got that closed. Oh, I've already got the fire here. Yeah, so that should keep temperature by itself. But we are going to need more bedrooms and all that. I've been holding off expanding, but I do think it's time. What we could do for the expanding there. Seven. Here, there. Create the choke point for if we get infestation. Okay, we got bioferrite shaping and the bioferrite harvester. Nice. Okay, so as you can see, we're just making another set of rooms back here. So that's going to be some work. Been trying to hold off doing that because I've been trying to give them a chance to get all these bricks out of here and smooth out the floor, but we are getting to the point that our guests are just laying on the floor and all that. That's going to be a problem with other ones. Those ones I don't care too much, but other ones will be a problem. Yep, you're actually making helmets. We're seeing slowly as helmets are showing up in everyone's heads. Okay. And we'll just keep making doors. Okay. Because I still have... It's not a lot of block. I mean, actually, there's a lot of block. Never mind, there's a lot of block. We're just grabbing all these blocks out of these rooms and slowly cleaning the whole place up. We've just been having them just cut brick more and more, turning into art, selling and trading the art whenever people show up, which is almost never. Okay. And we're talking about putting down here, putting the ship core and eventually adding the power things down there, maybe. Because there's not really a place for us to do the Aussie ship. I can't build this underneath the mountain. But if I go down here, I might be able to wedge a tiny little ship in there, put down the grav plate or whatever, so it doesn't destroy the tile. And have what I need to get around the map. Why are you sleeping on the ground? Oh, your bed's still set to medical. Right, and we're having more kids and all that. So we're dealing with that as well. Okay. Cool. Cue that up as well. Hypothermia on Donkey Duff. Donkey Duff, buddy. Go hug a fire. I need to have more heating elements and all that throughout the base, and we'll do that. But to get that to happen, I'm going to ultimately... Revenant attack. This is a new Revenant. You shouldn't be out there. Oh, I switch you to 1. Okay, well the good bad news here is this Revenant is attacking our Pacifist, so at least that's one thing going for us. Grab everyone. Just start running over here as fast as you can. I just need to go a little farther, Canadian. You didn't get quite far enough. Alright, get over here. And then all of you, get as close as you can. I don't think we're going to arrive in time, but we'll see. So the downside is we did not get there in time to put enough damage into it, so we did not get the flesh piece to study, which is very suboptimal. I don't have EMP grenades or something large enough to reliably get it figured out where it's at. So this is going to be a little bit of a nuisance. It's over here somewhere. We can't detect it yet. I just have to keep throwing grenades in the ground and hoping for the best. And we do have grenades, but the radius is very small. So what we're going to do is we're going to let that door close, and we are going to lock everyone inside the home zone. So with that saying, basically the Revenant has to come into the building to come after us, which should make it pretty easy for us to get people into position to counteract it. Did you put more scratches down here just now? Are you chilling like right here? Did you run over and come back? Didn't one of the raiders have fire foam earlier? Ooh, that is a good question. That said, I don't have a way to recharge them. Because they're about to leave anyways. New lovers between Server Lord and Klein for the win. So we just pop both of those just like random guesses. I didn't expect to find it, but you never know when you're getting like super lucky. Yeah, unfortunately you can't make them drop any of that. Pods and hives. I'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, where's your polar bear? Incapable. Alright, you. Carry the polar bear to the shuttle. I was debating if I wanted to try and drag it out. Because then I could have done that. It probably would have been the correct decision. That's fine. So you're there. Alright. So 16, 11, and 16. That's going to be obnoxious. Okay. So what I'm going to probably need to do for practicality's sake... Let's put a heater just in the middle here somewhere. It should slowly increase the temperature in this area. Yep, that's what I figure is going to happen almost immediately. Right. Right, and I was going to check real fast. Yeah, just keep working on them. Are they still going outside? No. The only one going outside were the guests for the quest. Let's see, random question for you in chat. Do you all have a special place or activity that you get your content ideas? Like, anything that helps you with those Eureka moments? Not that comes to mind, no. It's kind of just work on whatever, and when an idea comes, it comes kind of thing. Okay. Here's the shower. So one thing I'm tempted to try doing to help out with this build 3 doors here that are slow. Okay, and then take this back out of the home zone. Okay, and the reason I did that is the Revenant will actually open the doors and respect that. So this will give me a lot more time to like watch the doors open and close one by one. So I can try to draw the Revenant as far back into the base as possible to give me the best opportunity to be able to just hammer away at it. Okay, everyone's doing their thing. Alright. Bear with me, chat. During this next ad break, I'm going to quickly eat my drink. If the thing does show up, I'll quickly pause. So I'm going to mute the mic for just a minute. Eat my food, and I will be back. It's actually chicken and barley soup. And if you're wondering why we're zoomed in on these doors and just staring at them, is a Revenant will have to actually come through these doors, and it will open the door. You will see the animation of the door open even if you don't see the Revenant. So the moment that happens, I hit space, and then we know to run everyone into position while the Revenant's still trying to reach us. Alright. So with that, I also just remembered, I believe we've actually got the Bioferrite Shaper built. So we do that, I might be able to get ourselves a whip. There. So you see, the Revenant's coming through right now. I was a little slow on it, so it's not great. I'm not going to have as much time to prepare as I wanted. Let's start running everyone over this direction. I didn't get nearly as far as I was hoping. Jump on it. Get the hits in. It's over here. But I don't have a good means of revealing it. Alright, so with that said, rescue Luxray. And then analyze the chunk. Where are you going? That said, the good news is it went after someone with melee who usually can't do much with the Revenant because they can't keep on it unless they have a Zeus hammer. Alright. So Shaw finished analyzing the Revenant flesh chunk biosignature Plasmorus M2. He learned that this particular Revenant's biology and how to identify the fluids it leaves behind. This Revenant will now leave a much longer trail of visual smudges when it flees. Perhaps you'll be able to find it and kill it while it sleeps. You can track the smears it leaves behind and reveal it with disruptor flares, explosives, and EMP. Okay. So we would need bioferrite, steel, and components. I should have those. There's the components. I don't have no, I have the bioferrite. Oh, I don't have enough steel? Really? Huh. You can mine the steel out there. Let's do it and we can just fill that in. Because if I can get disruptor flares or anything like that, we can't do disruptor flares yet, but if I can get anything like a nerve spiker to stun, it means way more time hitting it. Why are you sleeping on the ground? Oh, I see. There you go. Okay, so for you, let's make a nerve spiker. I'm not sure who I'm going to give it to. Alright. Now, ideally, we'd have, like, the invisibility detection. That's a much better way. I just don't have that yet. But we could put an invisibility detection, like, poke it into the wall in a couple of places. And as long as you keep those powered, then you can, like, literally kind of be like, oh, it's over there, it's over here. But we're just in the situation where I don't have access to that yet. I'm actually really surprised. Oh, you know what is making all the helmets? And set you wrong, right? Yeah, no, you're fine. Oh, Luxury was our crafter. That's why it's not happening. I was like, man, you're just not getting that done. Because it'd be good to get the nerve spiker just for the stun. I don't think that's going to be done in time. Okay. But once you get the next one, we'll be able to hear the Revenant. Once you can do that, you can very easily go fishing. Especially in a map like this, we could probably put like a whole row of people across, have one person with a grenade, wait till we hear it, and just start chucking the grenade all over the place so we can reveal it. Probably starving. Okay, so you just set down the nerve spiker. I think which of these shotguns is worse? You get the nerve spiker. Okay. Oh, let's check, see if that's not home zoned. That's why you're not finishing it. Alright, so same thing for the next wave. We're waiting for the doors to activate. Same basic plan. If we're lucky, it catches us while we're sleeping, because then all my people are way up farther in the base, and so we'll see the doors go in there, we'll have a chance to rally everyone. But all I need is enough damage. Okay, we trust a crumbling mine with the spiker. Yeah, no, that's fine. They'll take a manipulation penalty, but like, I'm having them shoot anyways. Even if they don't get the hit and it's not the end of the world. Ideally, I want one of these two to get grabbed next. Because again, melee don't get to usually put a lot of damage on the Revenant unless you get lucky and you have like a Zeus hammer or whatever, or you're dealing with bionics or something. It's just too fast, it gets away. Okay. I'm just waiting for them to hit over here so I can start filling this all in. Because I don't want this spot for anything. Alright, come on, Revenant. Yeah, because that's the whole thing about the Revenant. It's basically a DPS check. Well, not even just DPS, it's time on target. So whether it's just raw DPS on the opener, or you're CCing them long enough to keep as much time hitting it as possible. Which is very counter to a lot of how you play RimWorld normally. Because normally you're more trying to just make sure you have cover, they don't. Making it so you can like pull them around a corner where you can hit them really hard and then get away from them. Okay. So we're getting pretty close to due for the next attack from the Revenant. You just kind of get a feel for the time that it usually takes, like 2-ish days. It doesn't have like an exact time frame, so you can't just like put up a timer and know when it's going to show up or anything quite like that. But it's like kind of where raids, you can start getting the feeling being like, oh, I'm due for a raid when you're playing as Cassandra. You can kind of do the same thing with the Revenant. It's like, oh, I'm due for the Revenant to make another go at it. Oh, did I? Okay. Because one other thing that can help is if we're running and closing all doors behind us, and there's enough time between us and the Revenant, we can use the doors to slow it down a little bit more. Okay, Revenant's on the move. Same plan. Just grab absolutely everyone. And we're going to start moving this way, I think, because there's no one over there. It's at the second door. Come on, Cody. Come on, Cody. Come on, Cody. That's fine. Okay, so you analyze you. Okay, you're already being rescued. All right. Drop the flesh chunk. That's fine. We're already researching it. Okay. You finished analyzing the Revenant chunk with the biosignature Plasmoris M2. You've learned about the specific Revenant's biology and vocalizations it makes. Your colonists can now hear the Revenant when it's nearby. If you go hunting the Revenant and you get close, you'll be notified by the colonists. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do, are either of you brawlers? Okay, so you're not a brawler. You grab the frag grenades. They don't have anything better for pulling you out. You also grab frag grenades. Or actually, One of you should be melee. Okay. Let's grab our people. Let's go. And schedule, unrestrict all of you. So you go this way. You go that way. You go this way on the top. You go this way on the bottom. You over here. You down there. All right. Everyone over. Okay, so it's up here somewhere. All right, so it's in this general area. Yeah, because I don't have the flares. Okay, so it's up here somewhere. And you two jump on it. Okay. This might actually work out really well for me. Server Lord, you wait back here. You can't stop the Revenant from passing through you. But you do have a chance of getting some hits in. Oh, it's coming this way. Alright, Server Lord, you move this way. Donkey Duff. Okay, I suspect it moved on. Okay. Cool. So with that, you are around here somewhere. Stop throwing for the love of everything. Oh, you're coming my way. Still coming my way. I see its claw marks right there. Okay, so pretty soon we're gonna have to back off. Okay, it is running into my base. Okay, went this way. It's right here. Oh, it's up here. It had our sprint come up. Okay, you all get ready to hold here. I think it might be up here. Who? Oh, you just ran right through us. Goodbye, lights. Where did you go? And it kept running through you? It's possible. Alright, well, unfortunately, we need to back everyone off for a minute. Because everyone's getting hungry and all that. The good news is we did a lot of damage on it for a while there. The bad news is they did ultimately lose track of it. Oh, please feed them. Please feed them. Meanwhile, you weren't getting anything done with that. You go grab the nerve spiker. Because even if you hit it once, that's a lot more damage we get on it. Because for those who don't know, they just gave the Revenant a lot of health and all that. So it is one of those things that, like, you do need to just kind of hammer away at it for a while before you actually get to finish the job. Now, what I don't know is if it's still in here or not. Yeah, no, it has effectively a sprint. That'll, like, come up, it'll go, like, a little boost in speed, and then it'll slow back down, and it has to wait on its cooldown. I'm doing here real fast. I was just trying to double check to make sure it wasn't just chilling inside here with me. It might still be in there. Let's assume it went outside. Now, if it does attack me again and I get a bunch more hits in on it, then you get it where you just walk up to it and it'll reveal. Yeah, everyone seems to be in good order. So let them all eat, and then we're going to run them out there to start trying to hunt again. Are you up here? Okay, so it starts disappearing over there. They're detecting it up here. I guess it might be like right on the monolith, maybe? Okay, we need to lead it, so... Saw the thing here. Oh, what's this? Not right now, man. Okay, it's going into our base again. Okay, I don't want to drop grenades on my stuff in here. Can't for life tell what's going on with all this junk. You don't see the doors getting popped. I think it kept going. Okay. There it is. Alright, so that means it's going straight out. Probably too slow. I think it's still moving around is the problem. Where are you settling down? There we go. Did it cross maybe? All right. I led it by a lot. Get the stun. Okay, they're gonna have to back off. It's fine, they gotta back off. It's starting to starve. We can't have them mood breaking. Alright. So good news is we are getting a lot of hits in. The bad news is because we are using melee pawns to operate our stuns and all that, we're trying our best, and surprise, surprise, they're not very good at it. Alright. So let's have you switch your weapons up. Where's your sword? It's fine. The axe will do fine. Let's see. Because we're gonna wait for it to try and come back in, I think. And so I'm gonna try and go for the more opportunity for stuns over just all that. Because like once we get to the next stage, like I said, it'll be a thing that when we get close enough, it'll reveal. It wouldn't be a bad thing to have for like when we go to catch it. If it breaks out again, it'll just instantly reveal when we get close to it. So it's good to have all the research. But it only gives you a flesh chunk if it's hunting. Because I'm pretty sure it went down there. But we were just getting too hungry. And it wasn't settling in a place for me to start hammering away at it. Meanwhile, this whole time, unfortunately, Canadian Husky is still aging up and getting 0% learning. So this Revenant is just ruining their education. Alright. Alright, I'm leaning towards... Oh, I actually do have Molotovs. How hungry are you? It's fine. Feed the baby. After the baby's fed and put back in their crib, we go out for more. How long does it take you to feed the baby? Okay. I think it's over here. I think it's right here, about to be there, up here. Oh, moved over that way. Okay, so it's right in this area. I think it's sprinting up here. Okay, but where is it going from here? Okay, so it's going straight to the left. Is it on top of the bottom? On the bottom. Okay. I just walked right into that. Okay, finally. Holy crap, that took a lot. Has it been an hour yet? It's been close. I don't know if it has or hasn't. But it's been in that ballpark. Okay, so let's get everyone reset. Hey, thank you, Annabelle Jewel, for so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I'm just trying desperately to remember what the heck we even had going on with half of this stuff. 1 hour, 7 minutes? Gotcha. Cool, cool. Yeah, so let's grab that shotgun back, and I think that's everyone re-equipped. But welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing? All good stuff. If we can get a shout out for Annabelle, I'd appreciate it. Or Annabella, I'd appreciate it. Playing some Fallout 76. Nice. Were you doing the Minecraft then the Fallout thing? Because I remember you mentioned that you did that the last time. Oh, don't take the grenades with you. I want to forget you have those. And you were also melee pawn. Someone had a sword here somewhere. I do not remember where it was. Or was it sword or long blade? In the description. Yep, some progress in all the mods till you crash the server. Always a classic. Did I accidentally explode my own sword? It was like a steel... it's a steel gladius. It wasn't a long sword, it was a gladius. Okay. And thank you, Treacle. Thank you, Treacle, for having your bot do it and following up with the main account, seeing about like the birthdays thing. All right, and we're gonna go ahead and pull out the bone goop. Yep. Yep, we did science. Thank you so much for the biddies, Treacle. I do appreciate that. Kicking off a hype train, because testing a theory about people starting hype trains on their birthday and yada yada. Which apparently is a non-thing. But still. Always worth testing. But no, absolutely. I mean, you're like, thank you for letting me science as you're giving me money. Let's see, you moved on from Fallout to the dailies and followed your team around, and they killed an infestation bosses. Gotcha. Cool. Like I said, I kind of need to circle back to Fallout 76 at some point. I've heard it's come such an incredibly long ways. Alright, so we're working on... We lost one of our dryads from the tree being left alone. It's gonna take us a minute to get us all caught up. Let's plan to start getting the next containment room, because I've got two revenants now. If we can get the research for some of this other stuff, will be good. Alright, we got preach this, 2 more days in that. Oh, what is the percentage if I hit you? 31. And you're how high up? So do I keep the pressure on you, which has gotten us nowhere? I think I'm going to go after a Canadian. They're a small kid. We're going to be able to bully them into our ideology really fast. And then they can age up, and we can take advantage of that. Yeah, the power finally did go out. Please refuel the generator. Are you gonna have, like, just barely enough? Okay. So I'm trying to get one more containment room here. What we want to get off of them is after the bioferrite harvester and all that, we want to get these electro harvester and all that kind of stuff, because we can get the electro harvester happening, then we get the advantage from that where we can use bioferrite as our power source, at which point we turn this guy here into a battery. That said, that is not the, you have this one, the electro harvester. I found this thing to be a piece of junk that's not worth your time. But the bioferrite generator is absolutely amazing. So what we want to do is pull the bioferrite out of them, and then shove it into the generator and just go that way. But we're getting everything sorted. That's all good. And now we're clearing up all the claw marks everywhere from the Revenant. And I'll have tons of bits of wall and all that to repair from everywhere you've been chucking this stuff over. I had exactly, like, only four more uranium than I needed. And thank you, Rual, for the tier 1 sub. Gifting the channel and all that stuff. I really do appreciate the gifty sub, so thank you so much for that. It's incredibly generous, so thank you. For science? Ah yes, just keep directly supporting for science. I do appreciate all that support, so thank you so much. Okay, so we're getting all this stuff built. These are going to be more bedrooms up here. Oh, we probably are actually getting an okay amount of dye now, right? Yeah, let's start dyeing walls. Okay, so let's start by dye building. And to make the walls stand out, I'm going to slowly start painting them cream color. Also, let's pull up these 2 tiles of components real fast. And replace those with brick. Okay. Yeah, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to start making the walls light colors so that they stand out more. But we're going to go like room by room because I'm not getting much dye, so it's not going to happen very fast. Toggle that off. Okay. So all in all, things are looking good. We got a bit longer till Canadian Hussy ages up. They did lose a good, like, almost in-game week to the Revenant messing with them. Luckily it's not a total loss because they do slowly wind down on their learning. But that is going to probably cost them a level or two or more on how much they could have leveled up that stuff. You need Benny Hill montage of Rual chasing the Revenant around? Yeah, no, I mean, the Revenants can be trolls. Yeah, so you see, by making the walls really light and adding that contrast, I do find that to be very nice. Oh, lock those open. I do like that contrast to make it very easy to, like, see what's happening on the stream by, like, making all the walls a bright color. A lot of times what we'll actually do is we'll go into the rooms and we will dye the rooms like, you know, whoever's favorite color. Alright, we got Muffalo's. Okay, that time, Luxray got ambushed by, you know, random animals going hostile. But didn't immediately get overrun like the previous time. Alright. So the Muffalos were kind enough to just deliver themselves to me. Their sacrifices are appreciated. Again, replanting the mushrooms there. You're getting that all done. I still have you set to fiber corn. That's fine. What's for dinner? Oh, I ordered some Muffalo. Pretty much. Muffalo just rolled in and hand themselves over. Not complaining at all, by the way. Right. We are extracting bioferrite. We don't have that much, but that's okay. When we get the, when you get the bioferrite extractor wired into all these, that's when things will improve. Yeah, so those will have a 2-year. Not a big fan of keeping metal horrors. What we'll probably do is once I get the extractor in there, I'm going to disallow them to research the metal horror, because that's those ones that if the poor researcher gets caught in there by themselves with it, that's kind of it. You know, it's whether or not the researcher survives. Seasonal flooding. Well, rip again, crops. That's fine. All our food comes from back here. Now, the dyeing of the walls, that's considered an art task. So the artist that makes our statues and that is going to be the one who actually does that. Meanwhile, I got people running around doing all the construction here, smoothing out all the floors and walls and everything. Okay. What I need is a trade caravan to show up. I know I don't need them to be planting, but I don't mind. They'll just waste a little energy, it's okay. Oh, I have a lot more wood over there than I realized. That's fine. Yeah, so you're doing fine. Who was our hauler? We had someone dedicated to hauling at some point. So you're cooking, you're construction, you're crafting and plant cut, you mine. And you can haul. But I'm keeping you inside the building. We'll attempt the conversion ritual thing again just because we can. Because we're desperately trying to get... We've got a lot of people in this colony who are not part of our ideology. It's almost a 50-50. And we've just... I mean, that's ineffective. I still think the next one we target, Canadian, just to get them in the fold. Because every additional person you get is another person that occasionally will walk by and just chip a little bit away at someone else. But it's proving to be a whole thing. We actually haven't had any like straight up raids or requests for caravan, or not requests for like creepy joiners or anything. It's been the Revenant and the Grey Flesh. Inspired creativity on Server Lord. Server Lord. Let's have you do art for just a minute. What am I doing here? It's fine. Okay, we got a caravan rolling through. Well, trader, not caravan. You're really hating these AI mumble rap country music ads? Yeah, it's pretty annoying how prevalent AI garbage has been getting. Like, you go to look for just about anything on YouTube, like information-wise, and you get some like crap AI thing. Is there anything I want from you? Not really. Okay, so you're with Lolo Confederation. There you are. You're plus 24. Just so you don't waste supplies. Alright, so we're gonna gift things. How would you like a little bit of drugs? A whole lot of art. Some worn out clothes. Let's see here. We don't really care about these auto pistols. And the plain revolver. Yep, and there you go. Clearing out a bunch of wealth. Making friends along the way. Insufficient containment. Please, for the love of everything, smooth it from this side. Okay. So we need you to keep cutting those. So the problem is they went over there and he was standing in the door to smooth the floor, which means it's considered like wide open, no containment. He's going to do it again when he tries to smooth out that tile in that corner. But until we get these stones pulled out of the way, which they're working on. But it is slow. Okay. We're keeping that fueled up. Plenty of wood out here, it just needs to be brought in. Alright, we're just checking to see if there's any, like we have like uranium ore areas or whatever going on. Alright, so we got all that going and good stuff. So, what is going to end up happening though, chat, is it is getting to be about that time. I've already gone a bit longer than I probably should have, considering I'm going to wake up a little bit earlier. There should be a stream tomorrow. Definitely going to be streaming at least at the normal time of 7 p.m. EST. For tomorrow, we're probably going to be checking out the new DLC for Planet Coaster 2. But that said, after that, like, you know, I'm planning doing this run more like, you know, the next day and the next day and the next day. Just taking one day off to check out the new DLC. There is a chance the stream might start around an hour early. That's kind of up in the air. If it starts early, we're going to be checking out the, what is that, the Mecha Chameleon game. That Snoot TV, well, sorry, it's not Snoot TV anymore, it's just Snoot. Snoot invited me along to play with a whole bunch of people. There's a bunch of people been invited to that whole thing, like Allison Adventures and a whole bunch. So if I'm able to get back here in time and get set up to be able to stream for that, I'll be joining them for that for an hour or two. After which I'll probably do Planet Coaster 2 to check out the new DLC. If it's like the last time, I'll probably do like half a stream of Planet Coaster 2, then switch over to RimWorld or whatever. But with that said, I am planning on doing an extra stream tomorrow. So I do hope to see you all there. If you're over watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending over on the YouTube side here because I don't have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for those here over on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're going to go find someone to raid, but if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following